Hello everyone. Waiting for the music to dissipate, as I always do, and welcome one and all back to another episode, another spy number of Chasing Labels. This is Chasing Labels spy number, episode number 166, and I am your host, Andrew Cabral, and we are back here once again to delve into some movie things. Well, typically what we do here on Chasing Labels, if this is your first time, first time listening, first time watching, if you're listening to this in the future or currently live as it's happening, as I bump into the microphone very unprofessionally, what we do here is within a 2-week period or so, we talk about some of the announcements in the boutique world of home video. Typically things that I'm interested in, as being the host here, things that I'm interested in adding to my collection, or perhaps things you want to add to your collection, or perhaps things I'm just interested in general. So we will get into all of that stuff. Of course, within the last 2 weeks, it was a little quiet earlier on. Typically this happens every time. I'll do an episode, we talk about a bunch of different things, and then it's a little quiet the next couple of days, maybe even for the next week or so. Things are a little quiet depending on how things fall. And then within the second week, usually towards the end of the week, there's a bunch of things that get announced. This time is a little more spread out, but we did have some late stuff coming a couple of days ago, which we will get into. Typically the Warner Archive stuff dropping this past Friday. But we will be getting into a bunch of things here. I got Vinegar Syndrome partner label titles to talk about, Arrow Video stuff, which dropped, Warner Archive, like I just said, Kino always doing their thing, plus a bunch of other like little labels doing things here and there, which we will get into. But first of all, we do have a comment here. We have our buddy Jeff. Jeff, nice to see you. Welcome back. Jeff, for those of you who don't know, has the little Yojimbo picture as his thumbnail, which is always cool. And then, but things that have been happening on Chasing Labels recently, for those of you who, I have been keeping up with things going on here on the channel, we did have a big interview which just dropped. Well, big for us, perhaps big for you as well. And we got to talk to, once again, the now Academy Award winning filmmaker, Sean Baker. Sean Baker, who had an immense critically acclaimed award season run last year with his film Anora. We got to talk with him 2 years ago. This would have been October of 2022. We talked to him, and then we just talked to him literally last week. It literally happened this past Thursday. Literally. And it was a great honor to get to talk with him once again. It's a great honor that he remembered who we were enough to want to come back on and talk about not only what the the awards season run was like for him, but also what it was like in the physical media realm with his movies, which is what we talked about 3 years ago or so. But now he's added 2 more films to the Criterion collection. Obviously, I still have them right here. I have Anora, which is his most recent film. Of course, the current Best Picture winner in Anora. If you haven't checked this movie out, definitely give it a watch, whether it's through the 4K, through the Blu-ray, through DVD, I assume. I think it's probably... Is it streaming yet? I'm not actually quite sure. I was going to say check it out streaming, but I'm not sure if it is yet. And then his other film, which was his earlier film. Actually, I have all of his films still stacked up here. So let me get it out. With his other film, Prince of Broadway, which we got to talk with him a little bit about as well. But obviously, Anora took a lot of the time. That's the newest, latest, and greatest, buzziest of it. But Prince of Broadway, if you haven't seen this film yet, check this out. It's an early film from his, came out in 2008. It's shot very much like guerrilla style on the streets of New York. It reminds me a lot of a John Cassavetes film, the way it's shot, the way the cinematography is, how guerrilla style, how unpolished it is. But it's a really, really good film. Also loaded with extras, which was astonishing to me, as well as Anora. Anora is loaded with extras too, which if you know that I've been a little critical of Criterion when it comes to releasing new films and not putting a lot of extras on here, but not the case with these two. And a lot of that has to do with Sean Baker himself. I literally asked him during the interview, how how conscious of it was he when he was doing the interviews, doing the behind the scenes be real work, doing all of this extra content while making Anora. How conscious he was that those would end up on a physical media release someday, and he was very much aware of that. He is very much a collector like us, through and through, which I always find to be incredibly fascinating with a lot of people in the industry. They are big time physical media collectors. So Stephen and I were very fortunate enough to get to talk with Sean Baker in a pretty extensive, you know, uh, interview. It was only supposed to be 30 minutes, ended up being 48, I think was the time on it. And I think that was after we probably some editing was done to it by Stephen. But yeah, it was great talking with him. So check that interview out in its entirety. It is currently up on the channel right now. So Sean Baker is a friend of Chasing Labels. But in the meantime, I picked up a few things in my travels. Actually, a whole stack of things I want to go through quickly before we dive into a bunch of the stuff we're going to dive into. First up here, I went to my local Walmart recently, which is the only place you can actually buy, um, new releases in my area. Unfortunately, unless you want to buy online, of course. But I picked up The Day the Earth Blew Up, which is the latest. Again, I would say the latest Looney Tunes film. Now, this movie had a very interesting um, production and release history. Actually, more so release history. Warner Brothers, they're a mess right now. Warner Brothers, if you haven't even heard the news today, they're splitting up their company into two separate divisions now again. And so another change is happening company wide over there. So there's so much to talk about. But they basically didn't want to release this themselves, and they didn't want to release it theatrically. They didn't want to give it a physical media release, and they were just kind of shopping it around, and they shopped it to a company picked it up called Ketchup. I can't even know if it's on here. Forgot what they're called. Let me check quickly on Blu-ray.com, because on Blu-ray.com they have it. The Day the Earth Blew Up. I think it was like Ketchup Entertainment, I want to say. Yeah, it's just called Ketchup. I think it's Ketchup Entertainment or something like that. But they picked up the theatrical distribution rights and the physical media rights, because this is Blu-rays directly from them. So I picked this up. This is a movie starring the classics: Daffy Duck, Porky Pig, classic duo, in a new like theatrical Looney Tunes movie. To me, the Looney Tunes brand should be foolproof at this point. Why Warner Brothers is like hesitant to do things with it, I don't know. But I picked this Blu-ray up, gotta support the physical media. Another Warner Brothers release, another one that they kind of didn't really want to support because they kept pushing the release date on it, is Mickey 17. Mickey 17 being Bong Joon-ho's most recent film. Of course, many of you know Bong Joon-ho as being the director of Parasite, the Best Picture winner from a couple of years ago. Of course, he directed several movies. He directed Memories of Murder, which I think maybe his best film. Memories of Murder, which is astonishing. He also directed Host, which is that horror film, big time creature feature movie. Underrated, in my opinion. He also directed a couple of things. Why am I my mind always blanks when it comes to this. You should see me during the day. I'm just spouting off movie facts constantly. Then when it comes time to be on camera, I um completely freeze up. Yeah, so Snowpiercer. Snowpiercer's the other big one from a couple of years ago, starring Chris Evans. Um, that movie I've always really, really liked. I've never seen the Snowpiercer TV series. That's been in like one of my watch lists online for many, many years. But Mickey 17 is Bong Joon-ho's most recent film, um, starring Robert Pattinson. I really like this movie. It's kind of one of my favorites of the year. It's satirical, it's comedic, it's darkly humored, it's dystopian, which is great. It goes back to kind of like what Bong Joon-ho was doing with Okja, and even Snowpiercer as well. It's not quite as sharp as Parasite. Parasite's really good. Rewatching that recently made me reacquaint myself with how great that movie is. But this is definitely something I like. Something I picked up recently too, which has actually been selling out everywhere, is A Knight's Tale, the 4K UHD Steelbook. Now, I think it's only available as a Steelbook right now, but this has been selling out online. It's been selling out in stores. People really like this movie, and I really like this movie too. I actually love this movie. Recently, we just did a live stream episode of Movies Down Memory Lane this past Saturday, where it was my turn to choose a favorite. You could say a favorite from my past, and I chose A Knight's Tale. Came out in 2001 when I was about 14 years old is probably when I saw this movie. Heath Ledger, Mark Addy, Alan Tudyk, Paul Bettany, um, great cast in this movie. Rufus Sewell is a great bad guy in it. And I love medieval fantasy, medieval movies that are set in medieval times. Think of what you would get when you go to a Renaissance fair or the medieval times performances that they have. It brings me back to this movie. So this movie has been a favorite of mine for many years. Then I got some things in the mail. It is Pride Month, so for those of you who celebrate Pride Month or recognize Pride Month, we should all be recognizing Pride Month. To be honest, it's a month in which I like to recognize the world of LGBTQ plus cinema, queer cinema, as people have called it for many years. I've been wanting to do videos on queer cinema forever. Since I started this channel back in like 2016, I've been wanting to do like queer cinema centric videos, just talking about different directors, talking about different movies, giving recommendations, all this kind of stuff. So since it's Pride Month, I decided to pick up a couple of things. And one of my favorite queer filmmakers is Todd Haynes. And I picked up his film Poison, which is an early film from his, I think came out in 1991. So this is pretty much all the other movies that everybody knows him from. And I picked this up. The only way to get this on Blu-ray is actually through Kino. Kino is the only one that's put this out on Blu-ray. This Blu-ray here has been available for a few years, and I've never seen the movie, I don't think. So it's probably going to be a rewatch for me, or a watch for the first time, I should say. So I've been picking up kind of some queer cinema. I've got a Greg Araki film coming in the mail. I picked up Smile, or Smiley, I think it's called. Yeah, the one that was put out by one of the partner labels. Um, I don't think it's called Smile. Smile's that horror film where everybody's smiling. Smiley Face, that's what it is. Yeah. So I picked up Smiley Face, which was put out by Dark Star Pictures. I got that coming in the mail, but I also picked up um the HBO miniseries of Mildred Pierce. And the reason I've been wanting to watch this since like 2012, or when it came out. And the reason being why I picked this up is that this was done by Todd Haynes. So like a double Todd Haynes releases here. And I've always wanted to get it to add to my Todd Haynes collection. And just because I'm a big fan of Kate Winslet in general. And I like the Mildred Pierce story. I've seen the movie with Joan Crawford many times. I've owned it on DVD. I've owned it on Blu-ray. Great film. But I never saw this miniseries, and I've been waiting for many years to see it. So now that I finally have the Blu-ray, I'm going to watch it. Then a couple of other things here, which I don't know. I'm going to leave this up to people who are in the queer community to say whether this is considered queer cinema or not. But I got two Jean Roland films. I got two Jean Roland films: Lips of Blood and The Night of the Hunted. Now, the reason why I say I don't know if it is because the Fantastique is a mishmash of so many different genres, and I don't know if you can consider kind of queer cinema as part of one of these subgenres in there. All I know is that um, the Jean Roland films are kind of unlike anything you've seen before. We've talked about Jean Roland so many times on here. I feel like a broken record at this point, but I'm slowly getting all of the indicator releases of Jean Roland's films. I've got 5 of them now. I think there's about like 12 at this point. There's been so much. But I picked up these two because these limited editions are now out of yeah, are now out of they're out of stock or out of print on the Indicator website, the powerhouse.co.uk. Is it powerhouse.co.uk? Either way, according to powerhousefilms.co.uk. According to um their website, they're now out of print. They've released standard editions like we've talked about recently. So I wanted to pick these up before they started disappearing at other retailers online. That's when you know they're really out of print. Then you got to go to eBay and you've got to start paying like double the price or whatever for them. So I decided to get them while I could. So we got Lips of Blood and we've got The Night of the Haunted, two genre long films diving more into the fantastique. So that is kind of it, what I've gotten over the last 2 weeks or so. Coincidentally, I have another Todd Haynes film coming in the mail. I thought it was going to arrive today, but it did not. And that is this movie Dark Waters, which is this more like traditional film. For those of you who don't know who Todd Haynes is, he's directed what I think are some fantastic films. For example, the movie Far From Heaven, starring Julianne Moore. I think is like I think is an astounding film. Todd it's Todd Haynes remaking All That Heaven Allows, the Douglas Sirk film, but changing things up a bit with it. And I think it's really really good. That's available through Kino on Blu-ray. Um, One of the films that he did recently, Carol. I think Carol is one of the best films of the 21st century. Like I legitimately think that movie is like damn near perfect. Like that movie is so amazing. It's so lush. It feels like it's a Douglas Sirk film made today. It really is. And uh I just thought Rooney Mara is fantastic in it. Kate Blanchett is fantastic in it. The setting, the story, its exploration of the LGBTQ plus themes that are in it, queer themes that are in it, I think are fantastic. Oh, I really love Carol. Oh yeah. So we got some other comments here. Corin Humboldt Horror Honey says hi everybody. Hello, welcome. She also says all cinema is queer. Yeah, you know what? You can't really argue against that. It really is. And it's what's interesting about queer cinema, and I don't want to go on a whole soapbox here. Cinema, just big cinema in general, has been queer pretty much since its very beginning. Whether people have realized it or not, there has been queer themes throughout many aspects of cinema going all the way back to the silent era. Like it's been here. That's why when everybody gets on their soapbox now and everybody gets all up in arms about, oh, you're making it like this, you're making it like that, you're pushing an agenda, you're being all whatever about it. And I'm like, it's been here throughout our entertainment system pretty much forever. You just haven't noticed it. Whether it be music, whether it be comic books, whether it be books, whether it be movies, TV, these themes have been there. They've been explored. They've been hinted at. Alfred Hitchcock was doing it in the 40s with Rope. Rope is the most like homoerotic undertoned movie you've ever seen in it. And people just didn't realize that at the time. So it's been around forever. That's why I don't understand why people get up in arms about it. And then Humboldt Horror Honey also says Carol is awesome, and I do agree. I was immediately like in love with that movie when it came out. It was one of my favorites of the year when it came out. It's been one of my favorites since. But I can go on a whole thing about how much I like Todd Haynes films. There's one Todd Haynes film that I still need to get where the Blu-ray was like a made-on-demand. Wonderstruck. The movie Wonderstruck came out a few years ago, and the Blu-ray is impossible to find because, like I said, I think it was made on demand, so they only made whatever people wanted to buy. People do sell them on eBay for like $100 to $150, and I'm like, this is wild. There is a UK release of the movie Wonderstruck that I think is not a made-on-demand release, like it was a regular printed disc. And that is kind of still widely available. So I may just import that. I should have done it already. I don't know why I've waited so long. But let's get into what we came here to get into. Let's start off with let's start off with Warner Archive. So Warner Archive has just announced their I want to say July releases. Yes, they announced their July releases just this past Friday. And I want to say once again that news today is that Warner Brothers is now dividing up their company, uh, basically to the film division and the TV division. That's what they're dividing their company into now. I heard they were going to be doing this for the last little while, and they're always like they have money issues. That's their issue. That's been their issue over the last few years. So they are dividing up their company. So what does that mean for physical media? I don't really know. From what I've understood, I don't think Warner Archive and their other physical media stuff's going to be impacted by that, but you never know. You never know when it comes to cost cutting measures. You never know when it comes to restructuring. You never know when it comes to anything on the business end of things. I certainly don't. I just know from what people tell me. All I know is that a few years ago, we thought Warner Archive was going to be discontinued, and if anything, the opposite happened. We've been getting amazing releases on a monthly basis for the last several years, and I hope that never stops. So that's why I keep buying them when I can, just in case on the off chance one day they stop making them. So let's get into the July releases. So we've got a handful here. We've got Brainstorm from 1965, The Cobweb from 1955, Brightleaf from 1950, Melinda from 1972, Knights of the Round Table from 1953, 2 Weeks with Love from 1950, The Prisoner of Zenda from 1952, and They Died with Their Boots On from 1941. I think I'm going to start actually with They Died with Their Boots On because this is a movie I've heard about for years. They Died with Their Boots On is a Raoul Walsh film. Raoul Walsh being, I consider, an underrated director. I think cinephiles may know him. Fans of old Hollywood may know who Raoul Walsh is as a director. And I don't think a lot of like kind of casual film fans know who he is. And I think he's underrated because he's done movies that I really like. For example, High Sierra. High Sierra with Humphrey Bogart, I think is like a great early Humphrey Bogart film. Um, that's a movie that I was waiting many, many years for to get a Blu-ray release, and it finally did from Criterion. High Sierra is great. Some other Humphrey Bogart stuff, The Enforcer, one of his later works. And you've got movies like White Heat, The Man I Love, Pursued, which I think, Pursued just got a re-release from Kino last year. That's the movie, that's the Western starring Robert Mitchum. Yes. He also did Strawberry Blonde. He did They Drive by Night, The Roaring Twenties, which has a 4K release now from Criterion. That's really great. The Big Trail, which I think is John Wayne's first film, or at least one of his first films. It was directed by Raoul Walsh, but They Died with Their Boots On stars uh, a few people you may know of. For example, Errol Flynn. Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland star in the film. This is their eighth collaboration. Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland were a big time on screen pair throughout the 30s and obviously into the 40s. But they collaborated eight times together. I think this was their last time. And I think they were related too. I think they were like fifth cousins or something. It was one of those like distant relative type of relations that you don't really pay attention to. But they were once again an on-screen couple, and Errol Flynn plays uh, General George Custer. He plays a fictionalized version of him. So, highly fictionalized account of the life of George Armstrong Custer from his arrival at West Point in 1857 to his death at the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876. I'm sure many of you probably learned about Custer in school or know about it through pop culture. Custer's Last Stand, all of that stuff. But this movie is a highly fictionalized version of his life. So a quasi biopic where Errol Flynn is this young, brash rogue George Armstrong Custer who arrives at West Point all gung ho and mischievous and getting so many demerits throughout his career, basically stumbling into becoming a general at some point, and history, etc., etc. But this movie is like, it's an Errol Flynn character vehicle in through and through, and I thought it was fine. I thought it was fine. The reason why I wanted to start with it is because I've seen it played on TCM so many times. I've seen it referred to on TCM so many times, and I finally got a chance to watch it. And and yeah, it's definitely something I'm gonna pick up. I have a Raoul Walsh section, so I'm gonna pick this up. A new 4K restoration from the original camera negative. Leonard Maltin hosts Warner Night at the Movies, 1942, with newsreel, a military short, Soldiers in White, cartoon, A Tale of Two Kitties, all through the night trailer feature. And there's the featurette here. They died with their boots on to hell or glory. So you do get some special features. I assume those are carryovers from the DVD. That is coming out July 29th. I think these are all coming out July 29th. So I guess we'll go with The Prisoner of Zenda next. I haven't seen this movie in a few years, actually. Um, so, with spectacular Technicolor photography and sumptuous production values, Stuart Granger stars in the 1952 second remake of the famous Anthony uh, um, Anthony Hope novel as Rudolph, the would-be king of Ruritania, who on the eve of his coronation is kidnapped by the henchmen of the wicked half-brother, the Duke of Strasau, as part of a conspiracy to usurp the throne. As fortune would have it, Rudolph Rassendyll, also played by Granger, appears on the scene. Rassendyll so strikingly resembles the king that loyal Colonel Zapt enlists him to save the crown. Rassendyll's adventure leads him to romance with the beautiful Princess Flavia, portrayed by Deborah Carr, to a web of treachery which finally culminates in cloak and dagger combat with the villainous Rupert, who's portrayed by James Mason. So you've got Deborah Carr, James Mason in here. Um, yeah, it's a movie. Like I said, I saw it recently, but I can't quite remember it. Um, but new 4K restoration from the original Technicolor negatives. That's kind of awesome. Includes 1922 silent version with Lewis Stone and Alice Terry, audio only radio broadcasts, Lux Radio Theater with Ronald Coleman and Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Screen Directors Playhouse with Coleman and John Cromwell, and that is it. So I'm assuming carryovers from the old DVD as well. So yeah, that is a nice Technicolor film. I'm surprised they still have the Technicolor Masters. I'll be honest with you guys. Um, those are usually lost to time, as they say. But 2 Weeks with Love is 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 an interesting movie. It pairs up with another film that we talked about recently, where it's like young people exploring the growing pains of adolescence and young love and stuff like that. You'll get what when I say it here in a second. So, kittenish teens, Patty, portrayed by Jane Powell, and Melba, who is her sister in the movie, played by Debbie Reynolds, turn a 1900s family vacation in the Catskills into 2 weeks of love, a bright entertainment that may come as a surprise to those who think there is nothing new under the musical sun. Patty is fluttery over a suave older man, portrayed by Ricardo Montalban, and thinks romance will bloom if her disapproving parents let her wear a corset, of all things. Wow. With that longed-for garment, 18-year-old Patty is sure she'll look like a sensational showstopper. Reynolds and Carpenter tear into a version of Abba Dabba Honeymoon, so frisky and charming it became a smash hit record. Busby Berkeley staged all the numbers, including the row, 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 and a dream sequence that has corseted Paul wowing Montalban with all things. Oh boy, I am rough at this. Montalban with, of all things, an aria from the Chocolate Soldier, Abba Dabba. What a delight! So what we have here is a musical teen romance comedy coming of age type of situation here. Very light. It's a very light movie. A lot of musical numbers kind of break out randomly at times. Debbie Reynolds, 1950 Debbie Reynolds. This was her before she was in um, uh, Singing in the Rain. This was before Debbie Reynolds was really the star that she would become. And you can tell in this movie, like she steals every scene she's in. She's singing and she's doing performances in it. There's a great sequence towards the climax of the movie where she's performing at a talent show and she's tap dancing. And Debbie Reynolds was kind of an all-world talent. She really, really was. So this was her at a very like an earlier role. Like I said, Singing in the Rain would be 2 years later. Came out in 1952. This movie came out in 1950. So it's a little like a preview of coming attractions of how great Debbie Reynolds would be. And the movie itself is fine. It's fine. Like I said, Debbie Reynolds is a really great time. A lot of the romance in it is Jane Powell's character being underage and like trying to woo a much older looking Ricardo Montalban. So that's a little creepy. It's a little creepy, and him, like, showing any type of advancements towards her is also a little unsettling. Keep in mind, it is 1950, I get it, different times, whatever. Still a little bit unsettling, actually rather unsettling. Considering there's an older friend in the movie who's also trying to vie for Ricardo Montalban's affections too. So it's like her, Jane Powell, and Ricardo Montalban are in this little, like, triangle of courtship, if you will. Um, but with the Jane Powell character being not quite old enough. And there's a whole big thing about her being not old enough for so her parents won't let her date because she's not quite 18 yet. And this whole thing with of all things a what does it say here? Yeah, a corset, that's what it is. Like she's too young to wear a corset. I don't know. It's a whole big like cultural thing of the time, I guess. But it's a fun, light movie. If you are a fan of these types of 1950s, musical comedy, teen angsty movies, if you're a fan of Debbie Reynolds, Jane Powell, if you want to see Ricardo Montalban in an early role, definitely here. I feel like every role I see from Ricardo Montalban is just him playing like some hunky character that the women are just trying to get. Like that seems that seems to be what I get from a lot of his earlier roles. Um, yeah, but that's 2 Weeks with Love. So moving on from 2 Weeks with Love, we have Knights of the Round Table. Now this should have been my jam. This should have been something that I really, really liked, but it's not great. So what we got here is exactly what the title suggests. It's a movie about King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. It's probably a story many of you are very familiar with. It's Queen Guinevere, it's Lancelot, it's his Knights of the Round Table. Um, it's all of this stuff. If you've seen the movie Excalibur, which I consider to be the best King Arthur movie of all time, you know the story of King Arthur. Where is my Excalibur 4K? I heard rumors that it was in the works. Hopefully, it does end up happening because I really want an Excalibur 4K. But the description here is a little long, so please bear with me. Long live King Arthur in Camelot, yet in all of ancient England's newfound peace, there is a fraying link in Arthur's chain, the growing passion between heroic knight Sir Lancelot and beautiful Queen Guinevere. So you get that plot that all of us pretty much know of. Um, one of history's most beloved Legends is vibrantly retold in an adaptation downplaying fantasy elements and giving 6th century England a new kind of fantasy, a dazzling Hollywood sheen bursting with cinemascope sized pageantry. This was MGM's first feature utilizing the new and popular widescreen process. That's kind of cool. I did want to mention that this movie is shot in like cinemascope, so like that's super 235 to 1 widescreen. At least I want to say it's 235 to 1. Yeah, actually no, this is 255 to 1. So this is even more wide. So you've got like 235, which is the standard cinemascope that you see now, but then you've got 255 to 1, which is even wider. Um yeah, so very interesting. Um so that's kind of fascinating. This was their first time delving into that, with conflicts and imposing citadels of local lens. 1950s spectaculars. Robert Taylor is Lancelot, sworn to serve his king Mel Ferrer, who is King Arthur, but devoted to his queen, who is Guinevere, portrayed by Ava Gardner. Richard Thorpe, who teamed with Taylor for 8 films, directs this colorful epic of bravery and honor. So I will say this: it's really cool to watch this movie in CinemaScope. You could tell they purposely shot it in CinemaScope, and you can also tell that this was the first time because they don't really know what to do with CinemaScope when it comes to character interactions. When it comes to shot versus reverse shot, they kind of abandoned all that and just get like wide shots of people talking, just so they can just show how wide the screen is and how wide the lens is. There was moments early on in this movie where like it's two people talking and they're so far in frame together that you can't tell if they're actually like talking to one another. I would imagine ADR had to have been used to kind of clear that stuff up. But it probably is gonna look great on this Blu-ray because it's new 4K restoration from the original camera negative. Yet again, having that original camera negative is vital to the quality of these Blu-rays. There's an introduction by Mel Ferrer, like I said, um, who plays King Arthur. Robert Taylor plays Lancelot. Ava Gardner plays Guinevere, like I said. Great cast. The problem I have with this movie is it is incredibly stiff. It's incredibly stagey. The acting, it feels like they're on stage and not in like a grand way, not in like a Shakespearean way, not in like you would see in later movies that would be set in medieval time periods. Um, it just feels so stiff. It's tough to explain without you guys watching it, but man, it felt so stiff. Um, so it's kind of with a movie like this, there's got to be a flow to it, and then I didn't really quite feel that flow to it. Definitely with the acting. Looked pretty though. Like I said, looks great. Looks great. So that's Knights of the Round Table. Some special features here. Like I said, intro by Mel Ferrer, newsreel footage of the gala premiere, CinemaScope short, MGM Jubilee Overture, CinemaScope cartoon, One Droopy Night. I'm assuming that's a Senor Droopy um, cartoon, and then a theatrical trailer and stuff. Which not let's be real, that's not really a special feature at this point. Next, we have a movie I did not get to see, just because I ran out of time. Like I said, they dropped these on Friday. I was still in the middle of watching uh, like the OCN partner label releases. So I had to set those aside and start watching these. But this is a movie called Melinda, which is a black exploitation film. Warner Archive is dropping some black exploitation here and there with their releases. Very interesting because I'm going to talk probably next about Shout Factory's dropping another black exploitation classics box set. So there's plenty of black exploitation to go around. So here's another one. So Melinda, black exploitation superstars Calvin Lockhart, Rosalind Cash, Vanetta McGee, and Jim Kelly take on the mob in this supercharged, action-packed thriller. When Melinda Lewis is found brutally murdered in his LA apartment, smooth talking disc jockey Frankie J. Parker turns sleuth to clear his name. Chased and attacked by junkies, dealers, and thugs, Frankie soon learns Belinda is an ex-mistress of a Chicago mobster and has evidence the gangster wants back. Out to track down enlisting the aid of a jealous ex-flame and a karate master from the hood, which is Jim Kelly, in his screen debut. Frankie sets out to track down the mob boss who framed him and avenge Melinda's death. There you go. So you got a bit of a detective revenge blaxploitation film from 1972, I believe. Yeah, I'm actually very curious about it. All you have here is a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, and that's it. So no special features other than the theatrical trailer, which, like I said, not really a special feature at this point. Um, let's see what else we've got here. We've got Brightleaf. So Brightleaf, forget cotton, tobacco is king. In the American South of the 1890s, Brant Royal buys and sells tobacco and plenty of it, building a cigarette manufacturing empire. But this empire is starting to crumble. Gary Cooper, who plays Brant Royal, gives iconic presence to the role of Royal, whose drive for wealth and power is fueled by a desire for revenge against the tycoon who earlier brought ruin to his family. Another desire also inflames Royal's heart. He's romantically drawn to the magnate's imperious daughter, who's portrayed by Patricia Neal, and she may have an agenda of her own. Lauren Bacall uh, plays an elegant Royal's inamorata. Wow, that's a name. And Michael Curtiz directs with a keen sense of style, place, and timeless burning ambitions. So, what we have here is one of many Michael Curtiz films that he directed throughout his career. Like I've said in the past, Michael Curtiz directed tons and tons of movies. He literally never stopped directing movies throughout his career. I want to get a number on this because I always forget if it's, I think it's over 100 actually. He never stopped directing movies. So Michael Curtiz has 179 directing credits according to IMDb. Of course, that includes probably like TV stuff and other things like that. But still, That's a lot of things to direct, throughout one's career. He directed pretty much, I think, goodness, from the 30s to the 60s, but that's a lot of movies. It's a lot of movies. Obviously, chief among them being The Adventures of Robin Hood with Errol Flynn, Captain Blood with Errol Flynn, Mildred Pierce, like I referenced earlier, Casablanca, one of my all-time favorite movies. All-time classics, really. But that's a ton of movies. This movie here, Brightly, if is another one of them. So what we got here is Gary Cooper, man. This is Gary Cooper in 1950, I believe. Yes, Gary Cooper in 1950. So this is before he would be in High Noon. And I think this is coincidentally about 11 years before he passed. Because I believe he passed away in 1961. And so towards the later part of his career, I found where he became even more um, stoic as an actor, more stiffened as an actor. And you can definitely see that in this movie. He was always kind of a stiffish type of actor, even back in the 30s, he was. But in this movie, you can kind of get that instance as well. And I think he kind of has to be because he's somebody who's bent out to get revenge in multiple ways. He wants to like financially ruin this person who ruined his family's life and also get romantically involved with the person's daughter as well through not revenge reasons, but through reasons of, romance and stuff like that. It's still very contentious, if you will. And then what's also interesting is you got Lauren Bacall in this movie too, who plays a woman of his past of varied relationship status, kind of the woman he goes to when he can't get the woman that he really wants. You know what I'm saying? You can kind of understand what I'm saying. That probably happens now in real life too. But that's who Lauren Bacall plays. Um, and yeah, it's a very interesting story in here. Obviously, it's a rise and fall story with Gary Cooper at the center of it, and he's kind of the tool of his own destruction because of who he is and whatnot. But I really like the movie. It's called Brightleaf, directed by Michael Curtiz. Let's see what we got here. 4K restoration from the original camera negative. Classic cartoons, Bunker Hill Bunny and Hillbilly Hare. Obviously, Looney Tunes cartoons, excuse me. Coming out July 29th. Then we have The Cobweb. Now, this is a movie I haven't seen in a few years, but it's a movie I rated incredibly high in IMDb, and it's a movie directed by the great Vincente Minnelli. If you know who Vincente Minnelli is, you understand why he's so great. But if you don't, we will tell you why he's so great. So, Vincente Minnelli, first of all, he gets the approval of the great Martin Scorsese, who is a big fan of Vincente Minnelli's films. And Vincente Minnelli directed An American in Paris. He directed Gigi, Meet Me in St. Louis, Ziegfeld Follies, a host of other films as well. He directed, let me see, bum, 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 some other movies. Actually, Gigi's a Best Picture winner. Designing Woman is another one. I think that stars Lauren Bacall. Brigadoon, the long, long trailer starring Desi Arnaz and Lucille Ball it's a little bit of a guilty pleasure for me. I like that movie. It's a it's a comedy starring two great comedic actors. You kind of can't not like it. The Bad and the Beautiful. Now that's a movie. The Bad and the Beautiful. There's a Warner Archive Blu-ray of that. If you ever buy like a handful of Warner Archive releases in your life for your collection, make sure The Bad and the Beautiful is one of them. That's a great movie. Father of the Bride, he directed as well, which stars Elizabeth Taylor as well as Spencer Tracy. I don't think he. Let me see. Oh, he also directed the sequel too, Father's Little Dividend. Both have Warner Archive releases. I think his whole career, I think, may have been at Warner Brothers, at least most of it. But back to The Cobweb, shall we? So, The Cobweb. Step inside the castle, a large private psychiatric facility. Here, Dr. Stuart McIver devotes night and day to his profession while neglecting his pining, voluptuous wife. While neglecting his pining, voluptuous wife, a colleague, Charles Boyer, with a fondness for booze and a pretty face, seeks to comfort the wife. Now add Lauren Bacall, Lillian Gish, John Kerr, Susan Strasberg, Oscar Levant, and subplots of love, life, and derangement, and you have the entanglements of the cobweb. Some critics gleefully skewer the film's labored storyline about patient involvement in the choice of library draperies, but pay no heed with its top cast. Pay no heed with its top cast and Vincente Minnelli's command of color and melodrama. This film is popcorn for fans of soaps. So what you've got here is a melodrama tapestry of a movie, hence the title, The Cobweb, set in a psychiatric facility, and you've got this cast of characters in here. So it's an ensemble film. It's a really good movie. Like I said, I rated it really high, so I must have really liked it. But it's been a few years since I've seen it. It's got Richard Widmark, Lauren Bacall, Charles Boyer, Gloria Graham. So some heavy hitters for the time and all time, you would say. So check out The Cobweb. Let me see what we got here for special features for The Cobweb. Let's see. Let me go back. So it has 4K restoration from the original camera negative, CinemaScope short Salute to the Theaters, CinemaScope cartoon The Egg and Jerry, and that's it. Wow. Okay. Obviously, probably crossovers from the old DVD, if you will. But last but certainly not least, here from Warner Archive for July is Brainstorm. All right, Brainstorm, a railroad crossing, a stranded car, a beautiful blonde, unconscious. Moody scientist Jim Grayson rescues the lovely Lori, only to learn that she's his boss's wife. She wants out of the marriage, but her cruel, controlling husband won't let her go. After Grayson and Lori embark on a torrid love affair, Grayson hatches the perfect plan. I'm not going to say more, just because they kind of spoil stuff here. Reminded me a lot of Double Indemnity. If anything, it probably took a lot from Double Indemnity, but there's some twists in there and some extra flourishes that Double Indemnity doesn't quite do. And that's when I think that this movie kind of loses its way a little bit, but also becomes something new and interesting. So you've got Jeff Hunter plays this moody scientist, Jim Grayson, and he falls in love with Anne Francis, who is the wife of Dana Andrews. Many of you probably know who Dana Andrews is. He was a film noir god, in my opinion. Dana Andrews was in so many like film noir stuff, and then later on he was in lesser stuff. But I've always been a big fan of his. He was in the movie Laura. Yeah, Laura, which I consider the best and my favorite film noir of all time. He was in Laura. He was in the Oxbow Incident. He was in The Best Years of Our Lives. He's in State Fair. Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Dana Andrews. And in this movie, he is slimy. He is such a jerk. He is such like a viscerally bad guy that you can't help but pray for his downfall. You can't help but pray for his downfall in this. And he's controlling and oppressive and nasty in it. But so Jeff Hunter portrays the character that's going to save Anne Francis's character from this evil man. At least that's what he believes he's doing. But of course, when you've got these kinds of noirish films, things aren't quite as they appear to be. So with Brainstorm, which came out in 1965, obviously not within the traditional film noir timeline, which is typically 1940 to 1958. What you have here is what we call neo-noir. It's the period afterward, but it still has those noir flourishes. You've got Anne Francis as the most definite femme fatale. You've got the Jeff Hunter character, who is kind of stepping into this world and is enamored by the femme fatale. And then you've got, the other guy, the controlling guy, the bad guy, the guy that the femme fatale wants to get away from. You've seen these plots before, but so you kind of understand what this movie's going for. I think it achieves what it's going for, but there's like some twists that go on later on that I wasn't quite expecting and may not mesh up with the rest of the movie, but I still appreciated the swings. All right. So that's the movie Brainstorm. So that is it from Warner Archive for their July releases. You've got, like I said, Brainstorm, The Cobweb, Brightleaf, Melinda, Knights of the Round Table, 2 Weeks with Love, The Prisoner of Zenda, and They Died with Their Boots On. So that is it from Warner Archive. And like I said, I think I will go over now to Scream Factory and Shout Factory, who announced their August releases. And their August releases are Miami Vice, the 2006 film by Michael Mann, is getting a 4K UHD release for the first time, I believe. World Trade Center, the Oliver Stone film, also from 2006, is getting a 4K UHD release. Sleepaway Camp 2, Unhappy Campers. Sleepaway Camp 3, Teenage Wasteland. Both of those are getting 4K UHD release upgrades as well. I believe their Blu-ray counterparts went out of print recently. I know the first film, Sleepaway Camp, went out of print. But next we've got Blaxploitation Classics Volume 2, 1970 to 1975. And there's some other things here that they did not list. For example, City on Fire 4K. This will be part of their Hong Kong Cinema Classics line. Is coming out in August 26th, actually. Now, what we mentioned before on the previous episode of Chasing Labels, Arrow has the rights to that catalog as well. The same movies that Shout Factory has the rights to when it comes to Hong Kong cinema of the 80s. The Killer, Hard Boiled, A Better Tomorrow, City on Fire, etc., etc. Arrow has the rights now too. So that means you can either pick up the Shout Factory releases that are going to start coming out this summer, or you can wait to see what Arrow is going to do later on. I just want to make sure people know that that's the way things are currently, so that people don't buy something and then regret about not waiting. So if you want to wait, go right ahead. I just wanted to make sure that people knew that again. Let's see. Let me go back to where I was. Yes. So, and then we have Deathstalker 2 4K Blu-ray double feature, and Ghosts of Mars 4K Blu-ray Steelbook is coming out. I think they've already put that on. Yeah, they've already put that on 4K before. Prince of Darkness getting a 4K Steelbook re-release. The Strangers is getting a 4K Steelbook re-release. And Drag Me to Hell, the Sam Raimi film, is getting a 4K Steelbook re-release. I think those have all been released in regular edition 4K releases by Shop before. These are just their Steelbook re-releases for Steelbook enthusiasts, or maybe for people who haven't bought them yet. So, starting from the top, I probably should go to their website, because the press release on Blu-ray.com doesn't show special feature information for any of these, which is kind of annoying. So let me go to Shout Factory's website to see if I can find some info specifically about the Michael Mann released, because I know people have been wanting it for quite some time. Let's see. No, they do have it here. Of course, an ad pops up. Let me see. Actually, I'm probably going to have to search it. Yeah, let me search on their website. Because I'm scrolling right along up top. Let's see, Miami Vice. So I remember several years ago. Oh, they don't even have it on their website yet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I searched Miami Vice on the Shout Factory's website. It's not here. Okay. So I can't even give you any information about it. So I don't know what's coming on it. I don't know if it's going to be both cuts of the movie, because I remember there being 2 cuts of Miami Vice. I know a few years ago, 88 Films put out a Blu-ray release of Michael Mann's Miami Vice, and people were a little upset that it wasn't a 4K release at the time. So I guess those people are vindicated now. they are happy today, but I can't give you any info on it other than it's coming out August 19th. Let's see. Click on City on Fire so I can get some information on it. Okay, so City on Fire is going to be a 2-disc edition. Now, this is the Ringo Lam film. I'll have to admit to all of you, I started watching this last night and I fell asleep because I was trying to watch it at 5 a.m. So what I will be doing after the show is I will be watching a Ringo Lam City on Fire, because I hate falling asleep while watching a movie. So that was where my night ended. I ended up in the middle of Hong Kong 80s cinema as I fell asleep. So, two disc edition. Disc one is the 4K UHD, 4K scan from the original camera negative, presented in Dolby Vision and HDR10. The audio is in Cantonese, which is the original language. I think there's an English dub as well, which I don't care about. There's an audio commentary with film historians Frank Zhang and FJ DeSanto. And then on the disc 2 Blu-ray, there is obviously a 4K scan, audio in Cantonese and English dub. Um, there's audio commentary with film historians, like I just said. Burn It Down, an interview with screenwriter Tommy Sham. Hong Kong Confidential, Inside City on Fire with author Grady Hendrix. Some Like It Hot, an interview with film historian Rick Myers. Burning Rivalries, an interview with film historian Kim Newman. So that will be the special features for um, uh, City on Fire. City on Fire starring Chow Yun-fat, who was the man in the 80s. Yeah, he was in Hard Boiled. He was in A Better Tomorrow. Uh, yeah, he was the man back then. Let's see what we got here for the other releases. Like I said, I'm bouncing back and forth here. So let me go to see if they have the World Trade Center because I'm curious what the releases are on there. I have an old Blu-ray release of that, but I'm curious what they've put on the new release. Interesting. That's an interesting movie because it was done, came out less than 5 years after the actual event of 9/11. Obviously, Oliver Stone is no stranger to making very political movies or movies around political events. Think of JFK, JFK, Platoon, which was in Vietnam. So this looks like it's got a lot of features on it. So let's take a look. So we've got the 4K UHD release of Oliver Stone's World Trade Center. New 4K restoration supervised and approved by director Oliver Stone. We've got an audio commentary with director Oliver Stone, audio commentary with real-life first responders, Will Jimeno, Scott Strauss, John Bushing, and Patty McGee. On disc 2, we've got those two audio commentaries, plus a new interview with director Oliver Stone, new interview with first responder Will Jimeno, new interview with actor John Bernthal, new interview with actor Frank Quayle, new interview with actor Nicholas Turturro, new interview with actor Donna Murphy, new interview with cinematographer Seamus McGarvey, new interview with composer Craig Armstrong, new interview with writer Andrea Berloff, and then deleted and extended scenes. I would have to actually, I'm going to check this right now. I would have to check, but this sounds very much like um, these were special features done by our friend Justin Beam over at Reverend Entertainment, just because it feels like that's his type of work, where he likes to get interviews with as many people involved in the production as possible. Um, when we had him on early on in Chasing Labels history and in the episodes, um, he made a point saying that that's kind of what his philosophy is to get as many people interviewed who had direct involvement in the movies that he's making special features for as possible. Um, and which I think is kind of a cool thing to want to do. Let me see. I'm on their website now, and I don't know if it's on here. Yeah, I don't think it's been updated. But I was just curious if it sounds like it would be something he would do because I know he did. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I know he did the extras for the JFK release from Shout Factory, that big kind of deluxe release from a couple of years ago. I know he did that. Wow, these are all in alphabetical order. Yeah, he did JFK. See if I'll scroll down just out of curiosity. Yeah, it ends with Wolfman, so no, it doesn't go because it's in alphabetical order and it ends at WOL as opposed to WOR. So there you go. There you go. But anywho, I'm sure we'll know in time. Let's see. Ba, ba, ba. We'll know in time. Let me go back to what we have for some other releases here. Okay. let's see. So from Shout Factory, we've got a couple of other things here. Um, let's see. Let me go to. Like I said, what else do we have? I'm bouncing back between two sites, so please excuse me for the delay. Or excuse me for the audio drop off for those of you listening at home. So let's go to Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3. I know these are definitely cult favorites of many. I didn't think these movies were very good. The first one I actually really like. I can't wait for them to put um that on 4K. Like that should be a 4K. That's going to be a hot seller whenever that comes out. Um this is these I don't know how big of a following they have. Very new to this franchise. Like I've only seen Sleepaway Camp like within the last like 5 years or so. And I've only seen Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3 within like the last year. I think I saw them to mention them on Chasing Labels at one point because somebody was releasing them. So, we have Sleepaway Camp 2 which is called Unhappy Campers. It takes place 5 years after the first film. Once again, this Angela Baker uh, is, I believe, she's the one who goes around. Now she's like killing like new summer campers. There you go. Um, so you got a new 4K restoration from a 35 millimeter into positive. Let's see, presented in Dolby Vision. New Return to Sleepaway Camp 2, looking at the making of the film with counselor Jeff Hayes, author of Sleepaway Camp, making the movie and reigniting the campfire. New I'm a Happy Camper, an interview with actor Brian Patrick Clark. New Camp Carnage Inside the Makeup Effects, an interview with special makeup effects artist Bill Johnson. A Tale of Two Sequels, Part 1. Hey now, so that means there's going to be a part 2. Abandoned, the locations of Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3. There's behind the scenes footage, home video trailer, teaser trailer, whatever happened to Molly short film. So, like I said, takes place 5 years after the original, the first film. It says 5 years after the horrific slaughter at Camp Arawak, Angela, um, let's see, yeah, she is about to teach bad campers a brutal lesson in survival when they are sliced, stabbed, drilled, and much worse. Uh, yeah, so it's yeah, it's a slasher set at a summer camp. That's what these movies are. That's what these movies are. Um, that's a let's see. Let me go to Sleepaway Camp 3. I'm curious what they have for the third one because I feel like as the horror sequels go on, um, the less special features there tend to be sometimes, depending on the franchise, of course. Let's see. There you are, Sleepaway Camp 3. Sleepaway Camp 3. Camp New Horizons is hosting an autumn retreat, bringing together a group of obnoxious rich kids and surly city thugs for an experiment in sharing. Under its inept management, it is the ideal setting for the notorious psychopath Angela Baker to join the camp and do what she does best, eliminating immoral teenagers with anything she can get her hands on. Uh, there you go. We have 4K restoration of the 35 millimeter into positive. Um, let's see, audio commentary with director Michael A. Simpson and writer Fritz Gordon. New return to Sleepaway Camp 3, looking at the making of the film with counselor Jeff Hayes, author of Sleepaway Camp, making the movie and reigniting the campfire. New weeding out the bad inside the stunts, an interview with stunt coordinator Lonnie Smith Jr. Angela's greatest hits inside the Sleepaway songs, an interview with songwriter slash performer John Alton. A Tale of Two Sequels, Part 2. There you go. There's Part 2. Behind the scene footage, Sleepaway Camp 3 work print from the VHS. That's cool. Deleted scenes, home video trailer, Tony Lives short film, and then stills gallery. There you go. So that's Sleepaway Camp 2 and Sleepaway Camp 3. They're both getting 4K UHD releases coming in August 12th. All we need now, like I said, is the first Sleepaway Camp to get a 4K release. I think now is a good time to tackle the box set. So, box set, Blaxploitation Classics Volume 2. Volume 1 just came out. So, right in time for an announcement of the second one. We've got Foxy Brown, Friday Foster, Cotton Comes to Harlem, Bucktown, Slaughter, Slaughter's Big Ripoff. Um, that's the box set. So let me go over to the website now and let's see if that's even on here. That's a good question. That's a good question. Ba-ba-ba-bum. I don't even know if they've got. I don't think they've got. Yeah. Oh, there's volume 2. Look, I'm staring right at it. I'm staring right at it. I was like, I don't think they have it on their website yet. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Of course, their layout on here is absolutely terrible. Oh man, let's see. Mhm. Okay, there we go. So I think the only one of these movies I've seen. I'm actually going to check to see if I've actually seen it. Maybe Foxy Brown, because Foxy Brown, I believe, stars Pam Grier. Yeah, there's so much blaxploitation I have to catch up on. I have actually not seen Foxy Brown. I cannot tell you how disappointed in myself I am that I have not seen it. I've got to get these box sets. So blaxploitation 1 just came out. I've got to get it. I have such a lack of blaxploitation films in my collection. It is not even funny. All I have is Shaft that I can think of off the top. All I have is Shaft. I've got to get like Dolomite. I've got to get a bunch of these other ones, like all the ones that Warner Archive's been putting out. There's a blaxploitation box set that just came out. Did Imprint put it out or was it Umbrella? It's one of those two. I'm sorry, I can't remember. Um, but I've got to, yeah, I've got to beef up that section of my collection. So the only one of these that I could say I'm familiar with is indeed Foxy Brown because of, let's see, I want to make sure Pam Grier is actually in this movie or else I'm talking out of turn. Yes, Pam Grier is in the movie. Good. Good, good, good. Let's see. Let me go back to their website with their terrible layout. So, bonus features for all this. So, this is a 4K UHD box set. All of these movies are on 4K UHD, and I think they come with Blu-ray as well. And I don't think they've announced special features yet. So all we've got here is hang on. Maybe I'm wrong. No, they've announced there's just a lack of them. So disc 1, Foxy Brown 4K UHD. You got an audio commentary with director Jack Hill, 4K scan / restoration from the original camera negative. Disc 2 is Foxy Brown on Blu-ray. 4K scan, like I just said, audio commentary with the director Jack Hill. Then we have special features on the disc here. We have From Black and White to Blaxploitation, an interview with actor Sid Haig, and Not So Minor Influence, an interview with actor Bob Miner. Back to Black, an interview with actors Fred Williamson, Austin Stoker, and Roseanne Catan. And then we've got disc 3, which is Friday Foster. No special features on here. The movie says 4K scan restoration from the original camera negative. Disc 4 is just a Blu-ray of that movie. No special features. Disc 5, Cotton Comes to Harlem, 4K disc. No special features. Restoration from the original camera negative. Disc 6, Blu-ray of Cotton Comes to Harlem. No features. No features. Disc 7, Bucktown, 4K scan restoration from the original camera negative. These are presented in Dolby Vision, all of these. Yes, they are. Then disc 8 is Bucktown on Blu-ray. Disc 9 is Slaughter, 4K scan, 4K scan restoration from the original camera negative, Dolby Vision. No features. So there's no features on the Blu-ray. That's disc 10 of Slaughter. Disc 11, Slaughter's Big Ripoff, 4K scan and restoration, original camera negative. No features. Now we get to disc 12. Here we go. 4K scan restoration, which is a Blu-ray. This is the Blu-ray of Slaughter's Big Ripoff, disc 12. And now we've got some special features here. It's a big one, apparently, because it's like a whole paragraph. Cost to Be the Boss, the Blaxploitation Films of AIP Part 2, an in-depth documentary featuring new and archival interviews with film producer and son of AIP film producer Samuel Z. Arkoff. Lou Arkoff. Film historian Nathaniel Thompson, Truck Turner director Jonathan Kaplan, film critic and author Odie Henderson, coffee director Jack Hill, associate producer and author Dr. Yvonne D. Sims, film critic and author, oh boy, Quatoya Murray, post production supervisor at AIP James L. Honor, Afrocentric film scholar Dr. Michelle B. Taylor, and author and film historian Chris Pogiali. Yes, Pogiali. So, nothing really in the way of special features until you get to that documentary on disc 12 of this blaxploitation classics box set volume 2. It looks like it's a part 2 documentary, and part 1 was on the first volume, which I probably read off when we talked about it on some Chasing Labels episode in the past. So, that means that I guess if you want both parts of this documentary, you gotta get box set 1 and you gotta get box set 2. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. I luckily for them, I kind of want both box sets. Now, I have heard some things. First of all, people are not happy about the cover art or lack thereof cover art for the box set for volume 1, and it's probably subsequently volume 2 as well. And what I've also heard is that pretty much no matter what, um when you buy this box set, it's gonna come with some type of, I guess you could say, damage to it. I heard that no matter if you bought it from them directly or if people got it in from online retailers or the people who run online retailers, when they got their shipments into their stores, some of them came damaged. Um, like there were issues in that regard with the first box set. That's what I heard. Obviously, you know, what you hear is up or down, whatever the case may be. But I do want to say that sometimes box sets like that, they're gonna have certain issues with them. It's really hard to get box sets in like pristine condition. It happens, but I could say I even have box sets on my shelf that I haven't touched or moved or taken off the shelf in years, and uh, they just get damaged. They just they get shelf worn from sitting there. It just happens. Cardboard isn't forever. Cardboard does weather over time, which is unfortunate because you pay a lot of money for these sets. I know I do. Some sets are more, um, you know, well made than others. For example, I mean, I just happen to have it all on my couch right now. Is I have the Mexican Macabre box set from Indicator. Now, their sets are made with a very thick cardboard, like very thick. These things don't really bend. Obviously, if you throw it around, it's gonna bend. But just having this like lying around and moving it, when doing chasing labels to make room and stuff, no damage really at all. You know what I mean? Because it's solidly well made. Some are made with thinner cardboard. If you look at the box sets from like Kino or even Criterion, those box sets are thin cardboard. Those things will bend so easily. Goodness gracious, if you drop them by accident, oh, it's all is lost. I remember having to buy the Cary Grant Criterion Blu-ray box set 3 times before I got it without being damaged or with minimal damage, because just in shipping from online it got damaged. So, these things happen, but that's the blaxploitation box set from uh, Scream Factory or Shout Factory. But we're not done yet, people. We are not done yet because Shout Factory can't stop. They won't stop. We have another Shaw Brothers classic box set, people. If you've been counting at home, which hopefully you have, this is Shaw Brothers Classics Volume 7. Yes, we have 7 Shaw Brothers movie Blu-ray box sets from Shout Factory alone. Plus, there are, I think, 2 Shaw Brothers adjacent sets that I always mention. Plus, we've got 2 Golden Harvest sets. I know it's a different company, but still, it's within the same genre. And then we've got the 3 volumes from Arrow as well. I've got 2 of them. I still got to get the 3rd one. It was on sale the other day, and I didn't know it was on sale, so damn it. But yeah, we've got so much of this stuff to go around. But so Volume 7, Shout Factory, Shaw Brothers Classics, Volume 7. Here we go. Let me run these down for you. I haven't seen any of these. There's just too much to to keep track of. We have the Imperial Tomb Raiders, Legend of the Bat, the Shadow Boxer, the Spiritual Boxer, Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber, Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber 2, Sh- Shaolin Handlock, Swordsman and Enchantress, The Proud Twins, A Deadly Secret, Hero Shed No Tears. So that is the box set. Let me see how many discs this is. Don't go back. That was the wrong box set. Let's see. And this is coming out August 5th. So we have 11 movies on 11 discs. There you go. Just matches up perfectly. Now, let me go over to the Shout Factory's website, see what we have for special features, if there are any, if they've announced any so far. Let me sift through all of their box sets. Let's see, there's Volume 6. Now, where are you, Volume 7? There's Volume 4. Nice if they put these in order. Volume. There you are, Volume 7, which you can pre-order already. Let's see. So there are plenty of extras. Holy heck. Kind of the opposite of the Blaxploitation box set. Except these are only Blu-ray, whereas the Blaxploitation box set was 4K. So we've got Disc 1, The Imperial Tomb Raiders. It's in Mandarin, of course. We have 2 audio commentaries. 2. Audio commentary with James Mudge, veteran Hong Kong film critic at Eastern Kicks. Audio commentary with film historian Brian Bankston. Tales from the Tomb, an interview with longtime Shaw Brothers supporting actor Lee Chang. Then we got Disc 2, Legend of the Bat, which has 2 audio commentaries. One with James Mudge again, and one with Brian Bankston. I'm seeing a bit of a pattern there. So you have audio commentary from the same people on both of those discs. But Disc 3, different. Disc 3, audio commentary with David West, critic and author of Chasing Dragons, an introduction to the martial arts film. Then we have Shaw in the 70s, an interview with James Mudge, veteran Hong Kong film critic at Eastern Kicks. Disc 4 is The Spiritual Boxer, where you've got an audio commentary with James Mudge again, and then a spiritual experience interview with critic and curator Frank Zhang. Disc 5 is Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber, audio commentary with James Mudge, and that's it on that. Disc 6 is Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber 2, audio commentary with James Mudge, and that's it. Let's see. Disc 7 is Shaolin Handlock, which has a audio commentary with James Mudge, and then audio commentary with film historian Brian Bankston. So back to that. Lock and Load, an interview with author and academic Gary Bettinson. Cool. Disc 8, Swordsman and Enchantress, audio commentary with James Mudge. That's it. Disc 9, The Proud Twins. I did not list off everything up before. Here we go. So Disc 9, The Proud Twins. Audio commentary with James Mudge. Disc 10, Deadly Secret, audio commentary with James Mudge and audio commentary with Brian Bankston. And Disc 11, audio commentary with James Mudge. And then an unsung hero, an interview with Shaw Brothers Studios makeup artist Wu Mei Ti. And that's it. So 11 movies, 11 discs, Shaw Brothers Classics Volume 7 from Shout Factory. It is up for pre-order now. If you pre-order early, you get a poster. That seems to be the thing with all of their new releases. If you order directly from them, you get a poster. Sometimes it's a poster plus some other stuff. But I've never actually pre-ordered from them, so I don't have any of that. But thank you for being patient with me through all of the Shaw Brothers stuff and all of the Shout Factory stuff too. I figured while we're here, let's do something that's not lengthy. I feel like we are stuck in the mud when it comes to pacing here at Chasing Labels. So let me see. Okay, let me go through something a little bit quicker. Let's go to Kino, because Kino doesn't have much, and some of it is stuff I may have mentioned before. For example, the Little Buddha is getting a 4K UHD release. I've mentioned it before. Now we got more details on it. Little Buddha from 1993, the Bernardo Bertolucci film, I believe. Let me make sure I don't screw that one up. Let's see, Little Buddha. Let me go to IMDb. I believe it's Bernardo Bertolucci. Keanu Reeves is in it, for those of you who remember it. If you haven't seen it, well, Keanu Reeves is in it. Yeah, Keanu Reeves, Bridget Fonda, directed by Bernardo Bertolucci. I saw Keanu Reeves last night. He was at the Tony Awards. For anybody who watches or keeps up with the Tony Awards, Keanu Reeves was there because he and Alex Winter are doing the play Waiting for Godot, which I think is a fascinating pair. To have you know, Bill and Ted do Waiting for Godot sounds fascinating to me. But yeah, so that was last night. Let me go back here. No, wrong one. Okay, so Little Buddha. For those of you who haven't seen the movie Little Buddha, it is it's been a while since I've seen it myself. So let's see. Keanu Reeves, Bridget Fonda, and recording artist Chris Isaac star in this motion picture spectacular from world-renowned filmmaker Bernardo Bertolucci. Of course, did The Last Emperor, The Conformist, um, uh, Last Tango in Paris. In a big American city, a boy and his parents discover a story about a prince named Siddhartha in a land of miracles, but the miracles become real when Tibetan monks appear searching for their reincarnated leader who they believe has been reborn in the boy. Suddenly, their worlds meet, leading the Americans on an extraordinary spiritual adventure. There you go. That's the movie. I remember watching this in high school in a world religions course where we were covering Buddhism. Pretty sure that was when I saw it. So we're going back 20 years or so. But let's see what we got here for special features. Disc 1, brand new HDR DV master by TF1, supervised by cinematographer Vittorio Storaro. New audio commentary by film critic Bilge Ebiri. Let's see, disc 2, which is the Blu-ray, brand new master, like I just mentioned. Audio commentary, like I just mentioned. The Making of Little Buddha, archival documentary. Archival interview with producer Jeremy Thomas. Shame they don't have anything on here with Bernardo Bertolucci. I know obviously he passed, several years ago, but still beforehand. Some archival interview or something from when the movie came out. But that is Little Buddha, coming out July 22nd. Okay. And then we've got the movie called Birds of Prey, starring Lino Ventura, Rosa Furman, Aurora Clavel, and Javier Mark. Now, I don't know a thing about this movie other than the fact that I added it to my watch list and it had a different title on Letterboxd. So let me go to Letterboxd to figure out what this is. So on Letterboxd, it is called Birds of Prey, but it's also called Le Rapace, which is, its original title. So in 1938, a Central American country, a Frenchman who goes by the name L'Horatal is hired to take out the local dictator. Young Chico is assigned as his right-hand man. When he impresses, will a friendship form between them? Very cagey, very obscure, ambiguous synopsis there. Yeah, it's a 1930s political assassination thriller made in 1968. Sounds interesting to me. Interesting enough to where I would definitely give it a watch. It's directed by Jose Giovanni, who directed Last Known Address, which Kino's also putting out. Last Known Address I thought was really, really good. It's it's coming soon on Blu-ray, so I don't know when it's coming. From a 2019 4K restoration by Studio Canal. So it's going to look good. It's going to look good. But after that, we got another thing that says coming soon. Coming soon on 4K UHD, the movie Hardware, starring Dylan McDermott, Stacey Travis, John Lynch, Iggy Pop, Lemmy, and William Hootkins. Music by Simon Boswell, written by Louis John Carlino, and directed by Richard Stanley, who did Color Out of Space, Dust Devil. Who else is putting this out? I know that this just got announced recently. I think it was Umbrella. Let's see, Hardware. Because I know, let's see, where are you? There you are. Yeah, looks like March 28th, there was a 4K release by Umbrella Entertainment. Yeah, because I remember watching it to cover it here. Super low budget movie. This movie is like super, super low budget. Um, Reminded me a lot of like Terminator, but even lower budget than Terminator. Terminator wasn't a large budgeted movie. I'm talking the original James Cameron Terminator movie. This idea of killer robot coming to life. Um, Obviously, Terminator had like a time travel element to it and whatnot, but this movie is like takes place in the future where a bunch of these abandoned robot parts like come back together and awaken and go on a murder spree. There you go. I keep saying there you go. Don't know where that's coming from. I never use that in everyday life until this episode of Chasing Labels. So that is Hardware. I'm pretty sure many of you have seen it. If you haven't, like I said, low budgeted 90s horror. Um, Little dystopian action going on in there. Nothing yet in the way of special features, nothing yet in terms of when it's coming out. Just says coming soon on 4K. Umbrella's already put it out on 4K, came out back in March. So if you can't wait for Kino's release, you can always pick up that release. But what is also coming out in August, what is also coming out, but in August 12th, is another Film Noir box set. Film Noir box set number 26. I think I've talked about this already. We're just getting a release date and we're getting special features. That's it. So we've got um so Film Noir Dark Side of Cinema box set number 26. It's Dr. Broadway, Smooth as Silk, and The Great Gatsby. The Great Gatsby I already have on Blu-ray. The other two I do not, so that puts a little damper on me. And I know The Great Gatsby I think is getting an individual release by itself. So if you only want The Great Gatsby because you're a big fan of American literature of the 20th century, like I am, uh, you may want to wait for that. Let's see. It says brand new HD masters for Dr. Broadway and The Great Gatsby from 4K scans. New audio commentary for Dr. Broadway by filmmaker Alan R. Kush and film historian slash filmmaker Daniel Kramer. New audio commentary for Dr. Broadway by film historian Jeremy Arnold. New commentary for Smooth as Silk by author film historian Alan K. Rhodey. And new audio commentary by author film historian Paul Talbot as well. I'm assuming that's for Smooth as Silk too. David Ladd interview with Alan K. Rhodey. Ladd discussed his father's career and The Great Gatsby. And that's it. That's it. So that is, like I said, Film Noir Dark Side of Cinema Collection 26. There are so many of those collections now. Wow. Next, we have a British comedy, one that I really liked a lot. I watched this the other night, and I thought it was kind of great. Um, it stars Peter Sellers. It's called The Wrong Arm of the Law. Now, this is coming soon on Blu-ray from a 2023 4K restoration by Studio Canal. So you know it's going to look good. Like I said before, anytime Studio Canal does a 4K restoration, they look really good. From all the ones I've seen, typically I've seen their 4K releases. They look pretty darn fantastic. I used to have them next to me, but now I've put them in other places. So they're no longer next to me. I used to have the conversation and I used to have the third man next to me and I moved them away. If you haven't noticed, there are new shelves behind me. For those of you who are watching this on the replay or watching this live or watching this in the future, whatever the case may be, these shelves are brand new. So I've been moving movies around my collection. Lately, so I've been moving. That's why things aren't quite as where they were before. I've been diminishing the stacks around me, essentially, finally putting them on shelves. So yeah, back to what I was talking about. So The Wrong Arm of the Law, starring Peter Sellers, Lionel Jeffries, Bernard Cribbins, Davy Kay, Nanette Newman, and Michael Caine. Where was Michael Caine in this movie? Anywho, directed by Cliff Owen. So this is one of those like British comedies of the 60s starring Peter Sellers. This movie is pretty fun. And the reason being why it's so fun and why I enjoyed it so much is Peter Sellers. Peter Sellers was a comedic genius. He really, really was. Let me see if let me get the synopsis up for this movie so people can understand it. So the crooks in London know how it works. No one carries a gun and no one resists the police. Then a new gang appears that go one better. They dress as police and steal from the crooks. This upsets the natural order of the police/criminal relationship, and the police and the crooks join forces to catch the IPOs, impersonating police officers, including an armored car robbery in which the police must help the gangs to set a trap. So, what happens here is that you've got Peter Sellers, who he's the leader of one of the criminal gangs in like London or England or whatever, right? It's him, it's this other guy, and what's happening is there's these police officers that are well, there's this other gang that kind of comes to town. These three guys who start dressing up as police officers. They like steal a police car and they're going around and stealing from criminals. And it's upsetting the order of things. So it gets to the point where the police are the police are getting like bothered by it. The criminals are getting bothered by it. So they decide, you know what, we're gonna team up to take these people down, and like hilarity kind of ensues. You know, the ineptitude of the situation kind of ensues, and you've got Peter Sellers, who's great in the movie. Great comedic dialogue happens in the movie several times. Nice little like jokes and zingers are thrown in there under the radar that I really really liked. Um, it's a fun movie. It's a really really fun British comedy from the '60s. It's called um uh the wrong what's it called the wrong arm of the law from 1963. Um, coming soon. Doesn't say when. Last, but certainly probably not least. Honestly, don't even know. It's a movie that says coming soon on Blu-ray, 4K restoration by Studio Canal. It's called The Second Twin, also known as The Other Truth, starring Michel Mercier and Robert Hossein. Says music by Jacques Lussier, shot by Pierre Petit, based on a novel by Jean Laborde, directed by Christian Jacques. I don't know who any of these people are. So I'm just going by what Kino is telling me. Let me go get the I didn't get to watch this movie, so let me go get the synopsis from Letterboxd. Sorry, phased off there. Middle-aged attorney Pierre falls for a young woman who dances in a discotheque to work her way through medical school. The love-struck lawyer can't bring himself to leave his wife over the young woman. When the dancer's wealthy suitor is murdered, Pierre is accused of the crime. Sounds like a wrong man scenario. Sounds like a Hitchcock film. A Hitchcock wrong man scenario, but French. I'm assuming a little actually it's a neo-noir story. She sounds like a femme fatale. He sounds like somebody who falls for a femme fatale and then gets into trouble because of it. That's classic noir. Classic noir. So that is it from Kino. Let's see. Let's see. Where are we? Let me check some comments here. I've been neglecting them this evening. So Acres of Movies says, hello, do you want a Captain Ron special edition? That would be awesome. I'm totally open to a Captain Ron special edition just because I don't think Captain Ron's gotten a lot of love on physical media. Yeah, Captain Ron doesn't have a Blu-ray release anywhere. Anywhere. It has a DVD release from 2002. So definitely could use an update. I'm actually surprised they haven't gone back to that well yet. It is Disney / Buena Vista. Perhaps that's the reason why. I'm surprised they haven't released this through their. Or they used to have those Disney Movie Club exclusives where they put out a lot of stuff through there. But it's Kurt Russell, Martin Short. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't have put this out years ago through that line. They put out all the Mighty Ducks movies. They put out like all kind of stuff through there. But let me go back and see what else we've got here. Also from Acres of Movies, we have hello and thanks. Hello, thank you for being here. Acres of Movies, always glad to have you. Always glad to see you. Let's see, what do we have here in terms of my notes? So we've done Shout Factory, we've done Warner Archive, we've done Kino. Let's go over to... Well, you know what? Let's go over to Arrow. Why not? Because I've got the Arrow tab up already. We're about an hour and a half into the show. Let's go over to Arrow and go through them. So Arrow dropped their releases. Oh goodness, May 30th they dropped their releases, I think. So These are their August releases for 2025. We have The Shootist. Uh, oh boy, they really. We have The Shootist, which already got a US Blu-ray release. This is the 4K Blu-ray release for The Shootist. This is John Wayne's last film. I talked about this movie when it came out. So it's directed by Don Siegel. Um, John Wayne's an aging gunfighter in the movie. I think Lauren Bacall is in it. Yeah, Lauren Bacall, Ron Howard, Scatman Crothers, John Carradine. The whole movie is basically like a tribute slash ode to John Wayne and his characters and him as an actor. It's kind of what it is. It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. It's the same special features that the original Blu-ray had, just obviously Region D. We have Poseidon in 4K, which is a remake of the Poseidon Adventure, directed by Wolfgang Peterson. We've got Perpetrator, which is a newish film. We have Thief, which is the classic Michael Mann film. So we've got like double Michael Mann. We've got Miami Vice in 4K from Shout Factory, and now we've got Thief 4K from Arrow. And this is a 2-disc release, and this is a great movie. I have the Criterion Blu-ray of this, and I would have to compare the two to see what's different, but typically Arrow does some stuff that's different than what Criterion or others do. I'll go back to this, but let me move on. So we have the movie Enemy Territory, and then we've got the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This is the 2003 remake, and then we have the Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning, which is the prequel to that remake. There you go. So let's go back to the top. Like I said, The Shootist I've already talked about. John Wayne's last film, star-studded cast. He plays. Let's see. John Bernard Brooks is a stuff of legend, a renowned shootist whose reputation looms large. But it's 1901, and like the Old West, John is dying, and a reputation like his draws trouble like an outhouse draws flies. As word spreads that the famous gunfighter is on his last legs, the vultures begin to gather old enemies, the marshal, newspapermen, and Undertaker, all eager to see him dead. Other men might die quietly in bed or take their own lives, but J.B. Brooks will choose his executioner and face down death with a pistol in each hand. I did also fail to mention that Jimmy Stewart's in this movie too. Jimmy Stewart famously was also in the John Ford film The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, which is my favorite John Ford film of all time. Hell, maybe even be my favorite Western of all time. John Wayne was in that film as well, so it's a little re-teaming between John Wayne and Jimmy Stewart. Small role for Jimmy Stewart, don't go too far into it. But if you already have the Region A release of this Blu-ray, then this is not really necessary to you. But Poseidon in 4K is interesting to me. It's a remake, like I said, of the 70s disaster film, The Poseidon Adventure, which is great. I really like those 70s disaster films, like The Poseidon Adventure, like The Towering Inferno, those types of movies. They were very straightforward in terms of their what their premise is. Natural disaster happens or man-made disaster happens and people have to survive against it. That's pretty much the premise of all of those movies, and that's pretty much the premise of this movie here. The problem with the Poseidon Adventure is it's got all the cool survival moments in there and all that. It's just the characters are kind of one-dimensional. Like, I don't care about any of these characters really whatsoever. They try to make you care about them a little bit, but I really, really didn't care about them at all. I just didn't. So the movie kind of just felt like a mid-2000s epic disaster film. Let's see what we have here. Wolfgang Peterson brings all of his talent for jaw-dropping spectacle to his 2006 epic masterpiece movie Poseidon, a pulse-pounding update of Paul Gallagher's classic adventure novel. Passengers and crew members alike are celebrating New Year's Eve aboard the cruise liner Poseidon. the pinnacle of engineering and the height of luxury. But soon after the clock strikes midnight, a gigantic rogue wave comes crashing against the vessel, sending it plummeting towards the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. As the ship sinks further down, a group of survivors must learn to work together if they are to pull through this terrifying ordeal. With an outstanding ensemble cast, including Kurt Russell, Josh Lucas, Richard Dreyfuss, Andre Brower, and Emmy Rossum, and stunning special effects by Industrial Light and Magic (ILM), Poseidon is an audiovisual tour de force presented for the first time on 4K Blu-ray. That is true. This is its 4K premiere. So it's Dolby Vision / HDR presentation of the film. Original DTS Master 5.1 surround sound audio, probably a carryover from the Blu-ray, unfortunately. Let's see. Ocean View, a brand new interview with director of photography John Seal. Big sets for big-time directors, a brand new interview with production designer William Sandel. Surfing the visual effects wave, a brand new interview with visual effects supervisor Boyd Shermis. Bringing Out the Dead, a brand new interview with makeup effects on set supervisor Michael Deek. Set a Course for Adventure, a brand new retrospective on the film by Heath Holland. That's from Serial at Midnight. That's Serial at Midnight. Poseidon, a ship on a soundstage, a featurette looking at the film's production featuring interviews with cast and crew. Poseidon, Upside Down, a featurette exploring the film's challenging set design. A Shipmate's Diary, a featurette following production assistant Malona Voigt on the set of Poseidon. Reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork by JC. Illustrated collector's booklet featuring new writing on the film by Priscilla Page. So a lot going on here. A lot of stuff here. So if you're a fan of the movie, or if you just liked like mid-2000s disaster films, this is probably the release for you of this movie. I know it's been available on Blu-ray for many years. Like, I'm pretty sure this Blu-ray has been available since the 2000s. I remember seeing it in many, many stores, in many, many bargain bins for the longest time. Like I said, it's fine. For me, I'm gonna get it eventually because I think I have a Wolfgang Peterson. I have a Wolfgang Peterson section. I think. Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah. So it's not a great movie, but I remember when it came out. It was probably fun to see on the big screen and eat popcorn, but it doesn't hold a candle to the one from the 70s. It really doesn't. Let me see. Got some comments here. Illuminated Pro, what's good, man? Staying sharp. Thank you. I think that's a compliment. I'll take it as one. Yeah, things are going all right. And we also have Illuminated Pro, awful film. I'm assuming you mean Poseidon. It's like I said, it's not great. The one thing that kind of bothered me with it, it's kind of a spoiler, not really. Richard Dreyfuss's character, like, really shouldn't have been able to make it through this adventure. Like, and that's not a shot at Richard Dreyfuss, it's not a shot at the character, but I'm like, there was a lot of physical exertion in this movie. To do the stuff that they were doing, to be swimming underneath oceans, underneath, like, water and stuff for the amount of time they were doing, and climbing and moving, constantly trying to make their way, back to the surface. Richard Dreyfuss's character, I was like, he's doing pretty well, and he shouldn't be doing so well. And that's also the other thing, is like, these people went through like heck to get through what they were getting through, and I'm like, they're going pretty well. And what kind of also bothered me is there was some character stuff that was like half written. Like, there was a character who dies, and I'm like, that's the end of her story? I felt like there would be so much more there. Like, they set so many things up with her just to kill her off. And I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? So yeah, it's fine. It's not great, but again, it bothered. Like I said, something's bothering me with it. But let me move on from Poseidon Adventure to this movie called Perpetrator. This is a unsettling movie. It's kind of a newer indie horror film. I think it was streaming on Shudder, if I do recall. It's called Perpetrator. So, from the exquisite mind of Jennifer Reed comes Perpetrator, a brilliantly original and twisted take on female suppression, dangerous male predators, and the pains of adolescence, with a stunning lead performance from Kaya McKernan. On the eve of her 18th birthday, wild and rebellious Johnny is sent by her father to live with her estranged Aunt Hilda, who was portrayed by was portrayed by what's her name? What is her name? Uh, Alicia Silverstone. Yes, portrayed by Alicia Silverstone. Where she begins to experience a radical metamorphosis, a family spell called the Forevering. With her newly uncovered powers, alongside a growing obsession with blood, a freshly feral and self-assured Johnny sets out on a perilous hunt to find a lethal perpetrator responsible for the disappearance of several local women. That's generally what the movie's about. Generally. But it's way different than that. It's incredibly slower paced, mysterious, ambiguous. It holds a lot of the plot and character stuff, back, to the point where even by the end of the movie, there was still a lot left in mystery that was never really explained and never really shown on screen or, expr ex exposed on screen or explored on screen. And it's a movie that I liked what it was going for, and I liked what it was saying. I liked its themes. I just didn't quite like the approach that it was giving with exploring those elements. At times, the movie had tonal issues too. Like at times, it felt like I was watching a very like dark, cool, experimental, avant-garde art film, and then other times it felt incredibly campy and almost silly. Specifically when it came to the Alicia Silverstone aunt character, she was just in a completely different movie. Like I thought she was in a much differently toned movie than the rest of the movie was. And then the third act of the movie gets incredibly super graphic. Like takes a massive swing in terms of like what this movie is, and what this movie was going for initially, and what this movie kind of ended with was graphically different. And so you get a bit of a cinematic whiplash, if you will. Not that it was bad, it was just different. Like if I had shown somebody the end of this movie, like the third act, and then shown them the first act, they wouldn't have thought this was the same movie. Like that's how different it was. So Perpetrator was a little all over the place, but I was digging what it was trying to go for, what it was doing. Um, yeah, but I'm curious what else this director is going to do in the past and in the future. So I'm intrigued. I will say I'm intrigued by the movie Perpetrator. But let's see what we got here for special features. So I think this is only a Blu-ray release. Yes, it is only a Blu-ray release. Brand new audio commentary by the writer director Jennifer Reed and director of photography Sevja Castrati. Perpetrator Mirrors and Monstrous Womb, a brand new video essay by filmmaker Jen Handorf. On-set cast and crew interviews with Kia McKernan, Alicia Silverstone, Melanie LaBerge, and Christopher Lowell. Screenplay, a music video for Atis, directed by Jennifer Reeder. Tiny Baby, a music video for Joan of Arc, directed by Jennifer Reeder. 3 short films by Jennifer Reeder. All Small Bodies, I Dream, You Dream of Me, and Lola. So that's kind of cool. So you get a kind of a taste of the director's work with those short films. Interesting. Okay, so now we have Thief, which is the Michael Mann film. Now I'm going to go over to, like I'm already on Criterion, so I'm going to go check out what Criterion has for special features, because it's an older Blu-ray, if I do recall. Let's see. So yeah, and Thief has already been re-released in 4K UHD by Criterion, and I'm pretty sure they just carried over the special features. You heard my little elongated sigh there? That was because, yeah. so the 4K UHD release and the Blu-ray from Criterion of Michael Mann's Thief only has an audio commentary featuring Michael Mann and actor James Caan, and then interviews with Mann, Caan, Johannes Smalling of the band Tangerine Dream, which contributed to the film's soundtrack. That's it. Now we're going to go over to Arrow Arrow has an audio commentary with writer and director Michael Mann and James Caan. I'm assuming that's the same audio commentary. And then we've got other special features here. We got the directors, Michael Mann, a 2001 documentary on the filmmaker containing interviews with Michael Mann, James Belushi, William Peterson, John Voight, and others. Stolen Dreams, a 2014 interview with James Caan. Hollywood USA, James Caan, an episode of the French TV series Cine Regards devoted to the actor, filmed shortly after Thief had completed production. The Art of the Heist, an examination of Thief by writer-critic F.X. Feeney, author of the Taschen volume on Michael Mann. Thieves, a brand new comparison of the theatrical cut and the 1995 director's special edition and the 2014 director's cut. And then you have UK Violent Streets opening and closing credits. And then on the Blu-ray disc, it's just the theatrical cut of the movie. Yeah, and the disc 1 of the Arrow release has a 4K restoration of the director's cut from the original camera negative approved by Michael Mann and Dolby Vision / HDR presentation of the film. The Criterion release has the 4K digital restoration of the director's cut supervised by Michael Mann with HDR. Yes, it does have Dolby Vision HDR. But like I said, the Arrow release has more special features. That's the major difference. That's the major difference here. Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to know. We're also going to be covering another Michael Mann film, and we may do that right now. That seems to be what we're gonna do. So let me go quickly through the Arrow releases, then we'll go through another Michael Mann film. It's a triumvirate of Michael Mann films now. We're gonna be talking about The Keep. The Keep is getting another 4K release, this time from Imprint. We'll get to that after we finish with Arrow here. So Arrow has the movie Enemy Territory, an intense action thriller filled with guns, gangs, and danger around every corner. Dare you set foot in enemy territory, exploding out to high definition in a brand new restoration. The long unavailable Empire Pictures classic is back, and it's taking no prisoners. Down on his luck, insurance salesman Barry finds himself trapped in an apartment building on the wrong side of town with a street gang called the Vampires out for his blood. With the help of a telephone repairman, a disabled Vietnam veteran, and the granddaughter of his client, Barry must fight for his life to make it all the way down from the top floor to on the hope of getting out alive. Directed by Peter Manoogian, photographed by Ernest Dickerson, and featuring a standout early role for genre legend Tony Todd. Enemy Territory is a cult classic that continues to pack a powerful punch. Yeah, when I was doing research for this movie, there were so many people on Letterboxd who love this movie in the very much the cult film fan status. And I can understand why after watching the movie. Enemy Territory is a fun movie to watch with friends. I don't think it's a great movie, like it's astounding, but it is a fun movie to watch with friends. Basically, what happens is this insurance salesman guy, he's got to make this big time insurance, like life insurance deal, or he has to have this paperwork signed, and he's got to go to this apartment building where this elderly woman lives, but she lives in like the roughest part of town with like the worst apartment building. It's kind of like Cabrini Green in Candyman, kind of like that, but worse in this situation, because when the sun goes down, this gang of vampires comes out, and the leader of this gang of vampires, they call themselves the Vampires, when they come out, is Tony Todd. A young Tony Todd is in this movie, and he just camps up every scene he is in, and he's great in it. And this insurance guy plus this like telephone repairman and this young girl have to survive. And they have to like make it out alive. That's the premise of the movie. It's a lot of fun. Let me see what we have here for special features. Brand new audio commentary with director Peter Manoogian, with film critic Dave Wayne and Maddie Boudreaux. We've had them on the show too, and I think it's Maddie Boudreaux. Oh, yeah. Brand new audio commentary by film scholar Josh Nelson. Den of Vampires, newly filmed interview with cinematographer Ernest Dickerson. He's a cool guy. Giving Up the Ghost, a newly filmed interview with actor Gary Frank. And then that is it. We get a double-sided fold-out poster, reversible sleeve art, the usual stuff you get with collector's editions from Arrow. So that's a pretty cool movie in enemy territory. Then you've got these two 2000s Platinum Dunes remakes of, well, that one's a remake and one's a prequel of the remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So these are interesting. I know some people love them, some people hate them. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm a little bit indifferent on them. Uh, um, but let me go. But what is interesting is right now there is a bidding war going on for the rights of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. There's a bidding war with a bunch of different um, production companies, as well as some pretty prominent filmmakers who are behind it. I think Jordan Peele is one of them, and his production company is kind of trying to get their hands on the rights. All et cetera, et cetera. It's interesting when it comes to the rights of these franchises, these big time horror franchises. The history of the rights is fascinating to me because they change hands so many times. I know right now the rights for Friday the 13th have been what has been holding back a new Friday the 13th thing for many, many years. As it is, we haven't had a Friday the 13th movie since, 2009? Yeah, when they did that remake. I know they're working on a Camp Crystal Lake TV series, which I think is going to happen. I think that is actually going to happen. I remember what's his name being cast as Mrs. Voorhees. Let's see if I can look up on IMDb. That doesn't help. Let me get the actress's name up, and then it'll tell me. Bum. IMDb, don't fail me now. Linda Cardellini. That's right. Linda Cardellini is Mrs. Voorhees in the Camp Crystal Lake prequel. I think it's a prequel series, not a prequel movie. Let's see. Yeah, it's called Crystal Lake. Why do I keep saying Camp Crystal Lake? I don't know why. Yep, prequel series to Friday the 13th follows a doomed small town where camp counselors come to die. It's got Linda Cardellini as Pamela Voorhees. And when is it supposed to come out? That doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure it'll probably be. My guess is next year. That's my guess. Let's see. But let me read this here first. For its inaugural film, Michael Bay's studio Platinum Dunes brought together scriptwriter Scott Kozar and director Marcus Nispel for a grisly update of Tobe Hooper's classic tale of Texan terror. The result would conquer the 2003 box office, introducing a new generation of genre fans to the franchise. A group of carefree young adults road trip through Texas is cut short when the panic-stricken hitchhiker they've picked up shoots herself in the back of their vehicle. Desperate to find help, our heroes are directed to the home of the local sheriff, but little do they know they are stumbling into the lair of the Hewitts, the most violent family in all of Texas, including their chainsaw-wielding son. You all know how the Texas Chainsaw Massacre works. I'm assuming many of you have seen the original, which is an all-time classic. That movie's been released so many times, including, I've got it here. Let's see. I can grab it with one hand. Including this Second Sight 4K Blu-ray release, 4K Blu-ray release from a couple of years ago. This is probably the last time I'm going to buy this movie, is because there's been so many releases of it. The reason I have this out is I'm, like I said, I'm organizing my shelves, so I've got to revamp my horror section. I got to put this in there, of course. and it also made me realize I got to get my hands on some of the sequels. I know, heck, we're talking about Arrow right now. Arrow has put out their own version of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, I believe, as well as Vinegar Syndrome's put out their own, and there was some difference between those two editions. But I think the Arrow video one was pretty comparable to the Vinegar Syndrome one, and so I gotta check up on that. But you all know the original; it's all-time classic. But in the 2000s, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. There was a huge kick to remake like classic horror movies. Um, Texas Chainsaw Massacre they did. I just mentioned Friday the 13th they did. Halloween they did with Rob Zombie. They did it with Nightmare on Elm Street in 2010. And uh yeah, it was just The Hills Have Eyes was another one. They did that too. There was a huge kick to do that in the 2000s, and some worked, some didn't. Some people like some people like others. Some people don't like them at all. Like them at all. Um, I'm more curious about how they impact the overall franchises than I am about anything else. For example, they say here that this 2003 remake was a success, and it was. And what is interesting to me is that I was just doing some research on its prequel, where they decided to go with a prequel rather than a sequel, and they gave them a lower budget to do a follow up to it as opposed to giving them more money, which which I thought they would because the first movie was so successful. But that's just the way I guess productions go. And yeah, it's fascinating to me about how these franchises kind of ebbs and flows of them, if you will. There's always starts and stops, reboots, remakes, um, different timelines, all this kinds of stuff. And Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like all of the movies, are might as well be different movies. They might as well all be standalone movies, just because of how different they all are. Man, even to this day, just Texas Chainsaw, the first movie, wildly different than Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. The third film, different than the second. And then you got what was the Next Generation or whatnot, the one with Matthew McConaughey. And then you've got this remake, and then you got the prequel to this, and then they did another one a couple of years ago on Netflix, if I remember. Um, yeah, it's a whole bunch of things. No, and then there was the 3D one. Then they did the 3D one, then the one they did on Netflix a couple of years ago. There you go. And the 3D one, Texas Chainsaw 3D, was supposed to be a legacy sequel. It was supposed to negate everything that happened in all the previous Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies, except the first movie, and be a direct sequel to that film, which they've been doing so much over the last several years with all of these franchises. I mean, it's wild. I mean, the horror franchises are wild with their histories. You can do a whole podcast on them. But let's get back to what I was saying here. So, um, let's get into the special features for this remake. So we've got Dolby Vision HDR presentation, brand new audio commentary with Dread Central co-founder Steve Uncle Creepy Barton and co-host of the Spooky Pictures Show podcast, Chris McGibbon, archival audio commentary with director Marcus Nispel, producer Michael Bay, executive producers Brad Fuller, Andrew Form, and New Line Cinema founder Robert Shea. Wow, Bob Shea's in this. Holy heck. Archival audio commentary with Marcus Nispel, director of photography Daniel Pearl, production designer Greg Blair, art director Scott Gallagher, sound supervisor Trevor Jolly, and composer Steve Jablonsky. Another commentary in here too. Wow, that's a lot of commentary. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 commentaries. The fourth commentary is with the director, with Michael Bay, with the writer, with the producers and actors Jessica Biel, Erica Learson, Eric Balfour, Jonathan Tucker, Mike Vogel, and Andrew Benarski. Reimagining a classic, a brand new interview with director Marcus Nispel. Shadows of the Yesteryear, a brand new interview with cinematographer. The Lost Leatherface, a brand new interview with actor Brett Wagner. Masks and Massacres, a brand new interview with makeup effects artist Scott Stoddard. Chainsaw Symphony, a brand new interview with composer Steve Jablonsky. Chainsaw Redux, Making a Massacre, making a documentary, Ed Gein, The Ghoul of Plainfield, an in-depth look at the infamous killer who inspired the character of Leatherface. Severed parts, a look at the cutting room floor, some of the scenes excised from the final edit, so deleted scenes essentially, more deleted scenes, screen tests for the actors, behind the scenes featurette, cast and crew interviews, theatrical trailers and TV spot, concept art. This is, I mean, if you're a fan of this movie, you can't get more in depth than this. Um, for me personally, do I want to get it eventually because I have this OCD with collecting? Yes. Will I be getting these as soon as they come out? Probably not. Um, I will probably wait for them to be on sale, to be quite honest, because I don't find myself going back and rewatching these movies that often, if ever. While I have seen the original like 3 or 4 times, maybe more. Uh, but Texas Chainsaw, the prequel, um, let's see what we got here. The beginning. After 2003's successful remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Michael Bay's Platinum Dunes would make another trip to the Lone Star State for the terrifying prequel, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning. Um, yeah, in the summer of '69, brothers Eric and Dean and their girlfriends Chrissy and Bailey are having one last road trip before the boys set off to Vietnam. An altercation with a shotgun-wielding biker leads them to crash their car, only for them to be rescued by Sheriff Hoyt. But their savior isn't as benevolent as he seems, and the gang are taken hostage and dragged to the residence of the murderous Hewitt family, among them Hoyt's brother Thomas, a hulking brute who conceals his face behind a leather mask. Yep. So what you get is basically events that happen before the events of the other film. I know that's what a prequel actually is. But in this movie, you get like certain, like, you find out how Leatherface gets his mask and all that kind of like prequels, connective tissue stuff. Let's see what we got for special features. Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film. Brand new audio commentary on the uncut version with Dread Central co-founder Steve Uncle Creepy Barton and co-host of the Spooky Picture Show podcast Chris McGibbon. Archival audio commentary on the uncut version with director Jonathan Liebsman and producers Andrew Form and Brad Fuller. And then Hoyt, actually a brand new interview with actor Lou Temple. Original skins, K&B Effects, a brand new interview with the special effects and makeup artists. That Light and Sawdust, a brand new interview with director of photography Lucas Etlin. Down to the Bone, Anatomy of a Prequel, an archival making of documentary with interviews with cast and crew and stuff like that. Deleted scenes, extended scenes, that usual stuff. Yeah, that is it. So these are all coming out in August. So if you've been fans of these movies, you're big horror fans, obviously these two releases are probably the best these movies are going to get. They're 4K releases, tons of special features, especially on that first film. Yeah, like I said, not really quite a priority for me, but maybe for you at home, if you're a big fan of those films. Let me see what else we've got here. I think that's it. Yeah, that is it for everything from Arrow Video. Once again, going through these really quickly, and then we'll move on to what I want to talk about with Imprint. We've got The Shootist. We've got Poseidon in 4K, Perpetrator on Blu-ray, Thief in 4K with more special features than the Criterion release, Enemy Territory Blu-ray release, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4K, that's the 2003 film, and then we've got the Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning on 4K, the 2006 prequel to the 2003 movie. Now, what is interesting to me is I believe both of those movies are New Line films, New Line being a subsidiary of Warner Brothers. So once again, this is part of the, I believe so. I'm not definite on this. I believe it's part of the Warner Brothers deal for distribution with Arrow. That's what I can gather from this. But some other comments here. Illuminated Pro says, I've been on a Judd Apatow kick recently. Any favorites there? Yeah, actually, once upon a time, I had a Judd Apatow section in my collection early on. I've since taken and put him in my comedy section. But for Judd Apatow, what's interesting is that I think his TV work may be better than his movie work. But since this is a movie podcast, let's stick to the movies. For his movies, I've always been a fan of The 40-Year-Old Virgin. I think that's a movie that has kind of stood the test of time. It's a movie about a guy in his, 40 years old. He's still kind of in his young type of mode, but he's trying to explore, what he assumes is normal in life, his, sexuality and whatnot. Something that can be very relatable for many people. I also like the comedy in that movie is still so great. The cast in that movie is so great because it's a bunch of guys, a bunch of people that would then go on to be uh, more well known. Of course, you have Seth Rogen. You have I think Jonah Hill is in a small role in that movie. Kevin Hart is in one scene in that movie. You have Romany Malco, who would then go on to be in Weeds. He's in that. Um, just some good side characters doing some great comedy in there. So the 40-Year-Old Virgin was definitely like a breakout for Judd Apatow. Another Judd Apatow movie from my youth was Knocked Up, which was his follow up. That movie is really, really funny. I haven't gone back to it as much as I have in the past. Um, because I don't know, I haven't. I think the movie Funny People is underrated. This is the part where we're getting Judd Apatow kind of mixing in drama with comedy. Dramedy. This is when his movies were starting to go perhaps a little bit too long. But I really think Funny People is kind of underrated. Great cast in that. I've had This Is 40 for many years, not seen it. Um, it's a Blu-ray. Heck, that could be part of the unwatched pile. I haven't seen it. But um, Trainwreck, I loved when it came out. I know in many years since people have kind of soured on um what's her name? On Amy Schumer for various reasons, but I liked that movie when it came out. I think Bill Hader's great. I still think Bill Hader's great. I thought Barry was great. His show on HBO. When it comes to Judd Apatow's TV stuff, because I did say I wasn't going to talk about TV, but why not? Freaks and Geeks. Freaks and Geeks is one of my all-time favorite shows. It's one of those shows that's a one-season wonder. It only had one season. It came out at a time where ratings and were important. It was a movie that I think I was ahead of its time when it came for those reasons. If that movie came out today, I would hope it would be a hit, but it's a great film. It's such a film that is a love letter to Generation X, which doesn't get a lot of love in TV and movies, because that generation that kind of gets skipped over from time to time. Um, but I that talk about a cast that went on to do great things. I talked about Linda Cardellini. She was in that. You had Jason Segel. You had Seth Rogen. You had James Franco. You had um, um, uh, Sam Levine, John Francis Daly. Who else was in it? Martin Starr was in it. You had Bussy Phillips, Joe Flaherty, Becky Ann Baker. These people would go on to do other stuff. Um, yeah, what a great show. For those of you out there who have not seen the show Freaks and Geeks, it's available on DVD. It's available on Blu-ray through Shout Factory. I own it twice over. It's such a great one-season wonder. There are some side characters in there that you may recognize, like Ben Foster's in the show. Um, and I think Ben Foster's underrated now. But yeah, I that's some good stuff. And Illuminator Pro says, do you ever feel like collecting movies is an OCD thing? I ask because I am identifying as OCD recently. Yes. I definitely have a certain way in which I like to collect, a certain way in which I like to display my movies, a certain way in which um I like to have my movies just stacked around me. You know what I mean? Like there's a very much an OCD thing about I think collecting anything, whether it's movies, comic books, whether it's collecting art, music, vinyl records, CDs, cassette tapes, because I think everybody kind of wants things done a certain way specifically to how they like it. And if it's not done that way, it kind of bothers them. I know it bothers me. For example, the way I have my movies, if I don't have them in a certain way, it bothers me. That's why it takes me so long to organize them or reorganize them because I want to do it right and I want to do it perfectly. And if I screw up, I get very mad at myself for doing that. Let's see here. Illuminated Pro says Knocked Up holds up well too. Let's see. Illuminated Pro, the last act of Funny People is really weird but underrated. The first part is a good watch. Yeah, it is tonally different. I would definitely say that. The movie starts off like comedic and then gets tonally more dramatic as the film goes along. See, that's where you get like Judd Apatow playing with that tone. Um, yeah, but I always feel like Funny people have kind of like gone against over the years, and I'm like, oh no, I think it's underrated. I think it's underrated. But let's see. So we're done with Arrow. Let's see. Oh, I want to go to Imprint. Yes. Before I even say anything, let me see if I can bring it up. So The Keep, another Michael Mann film getting 4K treatment. Let's see. So okay, so I may have to go to maybe if I select Australia specifically. Yep, there it is. Ba-ba-ba-bum. There it is. The Keep, a limited edition from Imprint. Let's talk about this because they're also putting out David Lynch's Dune in a 4K limited edition release as well. But I think The Keep is one people are really buzzing about. So, how do I want to start this? This is coming out September 11th. Label description: there are a few cult horrors as legendary as The Keep, directed by the great Michael Mann, adapted from the F. Paul Wilson's best-selling novel. The stories behind the gargantuan production have gripped horror enthusiasts for over 40 years. Alongside the 96-minute theatrical cut coming to 4K in Dolby Vision, Imprint Films is proud to present a deep dive into the making of The Keep, taking you behind the scenes into its fascinating and tumultuous creation with brand new and archival special features. Okay, so you do get some swag with it. Okay, so this is where we get a little cool, little extra swag. This is where the extra price comes in. This is a pricey release. This is about probably like 3 times as expensive as the current Vinegar Syndrome release is. So you get with this release, you get a full color matte laminated 27 by 40 folded print of the original poster. And you get a reprint of the official 5-issue comic series by F. Paul Wilson and Matthew Smith, a reproduction of the original 1983 press kit, a reproduction of the original 1983 lobby cards, a hardcover booklet featuring 80 pages of photographs, original production material, brand new essays, and a reprint of the 1984 Fangoria article, a reprint of the first draft script, a 3D lenticular hard case housing all 4 discs, a custom-made transparent PVC display case with anti-scratch film lamination. Okay, you get all of this cool extra swag here, but we got to know what's on the discs. What are we getting here? Okay, so let's see. As I scroll down here, so it's a multi-disc set. We got 1 disc. We got oh boy, we have 4 discs. It's a 4-disc set. The 4th disc is a CD soundtrack. So let's get into what is on each disc. So let's roll it. So Dolby Vision HDR10 presentation of the 96-minute theatrical cut on 4K UHD, restored from the original 35mm negative. For those, I should probably say this, for those of you who have never seen this movie before, I watched it for the first time the other night. This has got to be one of the biggest question marks in cinema history, because the original cut of this movie was 3.5 hours long. It was 210 minutes. Obviously, the studio at the time, which was Paramount, did not like that. They said, you have to cut it down. Michael Mann, you got to cut it down. So he cuts it down to 2 hours, right? He cuts the movie down to 2 hours. They didn't like that either. Paramount did the test screenings of it. People didn't like it. So we got to cut that down even further. They cut it down to 96 minutes. So we're going for a movie with an original runtime of 3.5 hours to 96 minutes, which is an hour and a half, hour and 36 minutes less with credits, obviously. So you can imagine the problems. Okay, this movie also had a ton of production problems. This movie was originally supposed to, I think, shoot for like 12 to 13 weeks. It ended up shooting for 22 weeks. Obviously, probably went way over budget. Actually, they didn't even give him enough money to do the climax of the movie the way he wanted it to be done, which is a damn shame. So, this movie is an adaptation of a book. I want to read the book. This movie is so effing cool that while watching this movie, I was so pissed off that we don't have the original cut of it because it would have been so much better. Oh, it would have been so much better because while watching this movie, you can tell massive, like statewide chunks of this film are missing. It feels like I'm watching an incomplete movie. I feel like I'm watching a movie that's like a best of hits. You know what I mean? Not even best of hits, because there's so much massive plot and character stuff that's completely missing from this movie, and you can feel it so hard while watching it. Man, I was so disappointed that we don't have the director's cut of this movie, or even a longer cut. Even that 2 hour cut would have been better because the atmosphere, the music, the the mood, the vibe, the energy of this film for the first hour is incredible. It's like you're in a fever dream of tangerine dreams. It is incredible. And then like the movie's like is like, okay, now we're gonna start with a plot. So you're starting the main plot of this movie an hour into an hour and a half movie. As you can imagine, things don't go so well. What you get in the next half an hour of this movie is just a crash of just like, we've got to get this movie done. We've got to get this plot into this movie because we've set the first hour of just being a cool, rad 80s Tangerine Dream music video with little plot and mystery and ambiance. And now we need an actual plot to the movie. Um, yeah, wow, what an interesting question mark of a film. I don't even want to get into the premise of it. Because I think people need to experience this movie on their own. It's streaming right now on the Criterion channel. It's available on 4K UHD from Vinegar Syndrome. It's going to be available from 4K UHD, obviously with imprint that we're talking about right now. So let's get into the disc by disc breakdown of this. While we're here, this episode is going to be super long just because we're going to be going into this. Where are you? Ba-ba-ba-bum. I think I lost my place. Ah, there it is. So, obviously, there's a huge cult film following for this movie. This movie has Scott Glenn, Jurgen Prochnow, Robert Prosky, Ian McKellen. The Keep is a cinematic experience like no other, and the story behind the film is amongst the wildest in film history. Yeah, it's one of those movies where the making of the movie is perhaps better than the movie. Um, so, yeah, Disc 1, 4K UHD, Dolby Vision HDR10 presentation, 96-minute theatrical cut. It's kind of the only cut of the movie currently existing, I think. Audio commentary by author Troy Haworth and film historians Eugenio Ercolani and Nathaniel Thompson. Audio commentary by Paul F. Wilson, the author of the book. David Show and Doug Winter. I know that Paul Wilson, the author of the book, hates the movie. I kind of understand why. Then we got another audio commentary by cast and crew members utilizing interview audio from a World War II fairy tale archive. Another audio commentary by documentarian Stuart Buck, art director Alan Tompkins, and photographer Graham Atwood. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4 commentaries on the 4K UHD disc. Then on the second disc, which is the Blu-ray, you have those 4 commentaries, as well as the Making of the Keep, the featurette. You have On the Set of the Keep featurette. You have An Evil Most Ancient, The Making of Effects of the Keep. Something is Murdering My Men, The Writing the Keep. Other Sounds for Other Worlds, The Music of the Keep. You have Out of the Darkness, Producing the Keep, interview with the producer Gene Kirkwood. New Recovering the Mindset video essay by Blake Howard. You have a picture gallery featuring new, never before seen behind the scenes photos and new, never before seen behind the scenes photos from the BFI archives. Alternate ending from the TV version of the movie. That's in standard definition. You have a VHS trailer. That's kind of cool. But then we got the third disc. This is when things diverge. This is when things diverge from the Vinegar Syndrome release. You have disc 3, Blu-ray, a World War II fairy tale, The Making of Michael Mann's The Keep. This is an hour-and-a-half documentary about the making of the movie. This is not included with the Vinegar Syndrome release, which came out last year. So this alone may be worth the price hike because you're essentially getting another movie with this release. And on this disc, you have interview with actor Jürgen Prochnow. You have Into the Darkness on Location in Wales featurette, The Mystery of the Keep featurette, My Keep, Passion and Desires interview with a World War II fairy tale co-director slash producer, Stefan Peter. And then disc 4, like I said, is a CD soundtrack. And then you get the hardback booklet as well that has a bunch of essays and things like that. Just for interest's sake, I want to take a quick gander. Probably shouldn't do this on air, but why not? I always do stuff I'm not supposed to do. That takes up time. I want to take a quick look over at the Keep 4K edition from Vinegar Syndrome. I can't go to their website because I don't think they have any of those releases up there right now because they're doing their partner labels month. But I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has all of the special features from the Vinegar Syndrome release, except for Vinegar Syndrome has a commentary by Matthew Asprey Gear, and the Vinegar Syndrome release does not have those new commentaries either. So you got 4 new commentaries plus that hour-and-a-half documentary. Hold on, let me put these side by side so I can get a little bit of an assessment here. I probably should have done this beforehand, but we break all the rules here on Chasing Labels. We do things by the seat of our pants, as they say. I'm pretty sure it's all the same ones. If not, it's as I just read to you, it's a hell of a list. So take your pick. If you already own the Vinegar Syndrome release, now we play the game of like, do you need to have 2 releases of the Keep, or are you happy with what you have? What would be nice is if Imprint would sell that documentary separately, because that's really what you want. The 4 commentaries are probably awesome and great, but for me, I would want the documentary over that, but such is life. So we've got to play these games. So that is The Keep, which is coming out September 11th by Imprint Films. This is another one of their gargantuan 4K releases. Another one of their gargantuan 4K releases is going to be David Lynch's Dune. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, there it is. Dune Limited Edition. Now, I know Arrow already put out a Dune 4K several years ago. I don't know how well this compares to that. Let's see. There we go. So, so let's see. This is coming out July 30th. So, I don't think I have to explain to you what Dune is. There's been the Denis Villeneuve film that have just come out. There's the David Lynch Dune. The book has been out since the 60s. There was a sci-fi TV miniseries done in the 2000s. Dune has been around. It's a influence on Star Wars. It's one of the greatest science fiction things ever. But we do get some extra swag here with this Dune limited edition release. It says here, the strictly limited edition sandbox packaging features a tempered glass liquid sand panel displaying the rolling sands of Arrakis and hints of spice melange. Moving in front of the iconic poster artwork, tilt the panel to watch the sand spill. Run your fingers across the sand-like grit-textured surface of the hardbox. Turn the foil stamped text towards the light and pull out the drawer to dive beneath the dunes. That sounds very cool. So you get some other extra swag here, a full color matte laminated 27 by 40 inch folded print of the original poster, a reprint of the original official 1984 3-issue comic series, a hardcover booklet featuring 60 pages of photographs and original production material, a 3D lenticular hard case housing all 4 discs. Wow, 4 discs. 6 art cards, a custom-made transparent PVC display case, and anti-scratch film lamination. I just mentioned that. So This is a 4-disc edition. Heck yes. So let me go down to we got the theatrical cut on 4K UHD. That's disc one. No special features on that disc. Disc two is the theatrical cut on Blu-ray. Also, no special features on that disc. And then we've got disc three is the extended TV version on Blu-ray. Yeah, this is the presentation, 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray of the 177-minute extended TV version. And there's an audio commentary by Max Every, author of A Masterpiece in Disarray, David Lynch's Dune, and Oral History. Disc 4 is the documentary and special features. So, it says 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray of The Sleeper Must Awaken, Making Dune, exclusive extended 93-minute cut. Beyond Imagination, merchandising Dune, featurette on the film's promotional and merchandise. Prophecy Fulfilled, scoring Dune, featurette on the music score, obviously. Destination Dune featurette from 1983. Impressions of Dune, documentary on the making of the film. Interview with production coordinator Golda Offenheim. Deleted scenes with introduction by Rafaela De Laurentiis. Additional deleted scenes with introduction by actor Molly Rin. Designing Dune featurette on the work of production designer Anthony Masters. Dune effects, featurette on the film effects. Dune models and miniatures. You can obviously assume what that is. Dune costumes, and then interview with actor Paul Smith. Interview with makeup effects artist Christopher Tucker. Okay, so I thought that this was a 4K UHD release. It is. Yeah, it is. I don't know why they play in these games. Oh, I know why. The first disc is a 4K UHD. The rest are Blu-rays. Gotcha. There we go. My mind is starting to wane here to nearly 3 hours into this episode. So, famously, the director of the movie, David Lynch, kind of disowned this movie because they took it away from him, I believe, in post and created their own movie because of it. So we've never really gotten the version of Dune that David Lynch wanted to give us. I'm pretty sure this documentary and special features on here go into all of that. Famously, in interviews, David Lynch, before his passing, would always pretty much not want to talk about it. Not want to talk about the production on Dune and all that stuff because it was a sore subject with him. He like I said, he very much disowned the movie. Even the television extended cut, that's not his cut of the movie. The theatrical cut is obviously not his cut of the movie. It's a damn shame because, I would have loved to have seen what David Lynch would have done with it. As it is, the movie has a bit of a cult following. People love it. Personally, for me, I think I put it away already. I may have. Nope, it's here. I love the Denis Villeneuve films. I own them both in 4K. This movie was my favorite movie of last year. So, Dune Part 2 was my favorite movie of, was it last year? Yeah. That this came out? Sorry, the years are starting to run together on me. I'm telling you, once the camera comes on, my mind completely blanks out on me. Yeah, this came out last year. This was my favorite movie of 2024. What I want to do, and maybe I'll do it this week, is I'll watch part 1 and part 2 back to back as one long film. I hope that maybe one day they will release a cut like that. Well, they'll give us like a seamless, just gigantic part 1 and part 2 together, because they definitely are 2 parts, but they are so kind of can be seamlessly put together, I think. But yeah, that's Dune, David Lynch's Dune, for getting an imprint 4K release. Yeah, let's see where else we're going now. So there's the imprint stuff. We've done The Arrow, we've done The Shout Factory, we've done Kino, we've done Warner Archive. Let's see. There are some individual releases I do want to get into. I think I'll hit those now. It's quite a few. Our buddies over at Deaf Crocodile, I hope they're our buddies. I would love to talk with those guys. They're putting out 2 movies. One is actually a re-release. One is a re-release of a movie I was actually just looking to get because I wanted to get its original release. But this new re-release is actually better than the original release. And this is of the movie The Pied Piper. The Pied Piper from 1986 is a Czechoslovakian film. directed by Yuri Barta. It's a stop motion animation film. I love stop motion animation. Uh, it's based on the Pied Piper of Hamelin, which is is set in a dark and twisted medieval village of narrow streets and weird Gothic arches. Half cabinet of Dr. Caligari and half Jan van Eyck. Um, the money obsessed citizens carved out of wood blocks and speaking in an onomatopoeic babble are like George Cross's caricatures, literally spouting coins from their mouths instead of words. The rats are far more organic and sympathetic, made of real fur and whiskers, constantly tunneling and burrowing under the towering arches and cobblestone streets above. Fans of fellow Czech animation legend Jan Svachmajer and the brothers Quay will adore um, Barda's eerie expressionistic gem, recently restored by Deaf Crocodile for its first ever US Blu-ray release in association with Kratky Film Praha and Comeback Company. This new deluxe 2-disc edition features 7 beautifully restored Barda short films, 2 director interviews, and an all-new visual essay, and more. So, you do get the same exact disc of The Pied Piper, which came out in, I think, 2023, I want to say. But there's a second disc with the 6 short films by this director, by Yuri Barta. That's the added bonus. So I guess my indifference and my patience paid off. Now I get to get the movie that I wanted to get, um, as well as a bonus disc that's got short films by the same director. This movie is stunningly beautiful. Like, this is pure, beautiful, weird, gothic, um, stop motion animation. I can't explain. You guys got to check it out. Check out the trailer if you haven't. It's called The Pied Piper by Yuri Um, Barta. Uh, yeah, beautiful film. Just stunning film. You get a couple of special features on here as well. These are, let's see, new video interview with director about his short films, new visual essay narrated by Czech film expert Irina Kavarona, Kavarova of Comeback Company, film critic and historian Peter Hames, and edited by Ryan Verrill of Someone's Favorite Productions. New artwork by Beth Morris. Blu-ray authoring by David Mackenzie of Fidelity in Motion. These are all people I know. Limited edition bonus content, slipcase featuring new artwork by Brian Level, 60-page illustrated book, new essay by film historian Jonathan Owen, new essay by film critic and author Walter Chaw, essay on the Pied Piper by Czech film expert Irina Kavarova. So very, very cool. Yeah, and then the other release by Deaf Crocodile is another movie that is deep within the Eastern European film archives. You've got a movie called The Devil's Bride from 1974. This is, it's, I'm just going to read what it says here. It's 78 minutes long. Imagine a wildly surreal early 1970s Lithuanian rock opera directed by Ken Russell, circa Tommy, that is equal parts Jesus Christ Superstar, Fiddler on the Roof, and The Wicker Man. And you have some idea of the elemental strangeness and beauty of director Arunas Sabrunas's The Devil's Bride. The film opens with one of our favorite musical sequences ever. A long-haired flower child god sits on his throne in the heavenly mount, adored by angelic hosts in white robes and wings. Suddenly, the guitars kick in, the angels throw off their robes, revealing orange mod dresses and bowler hats, and the party descends into the choreographed pansexual orgy like nothing you've ever seen. This movie is insane. This movie is incredible. I've never seen a movie like this. It is wall-to-wall music, like they just said, like craziness. It's a rock opera. It's biblical, theological. It's like folklorish. It's a wild movie. It's incredible. It's absolutely just bonkers of a film. I couldn't explain it anymore. I couldn't explain it any more thoroughly. See, where did I leave off? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's a wild film. You have to experience it for yourself. This is coming out June 20th, which is actually right around the corner. Actually, no, the pre-orders are starting on June 20th. Sorry. Yeah, the pre-orders for this are starting June 20th. For special features, it's a new video interview with Monica Edgar, director Arunas Sabrunas' daughter, about her father's career and the making of The Devil's Bride. New video interview with Lithuanian film critic Leva, I can't pronounce that, about the history of Lithuanian cinema and The Devil's Bride. New visual essay by Dr. Will Dotson and Ryan Verrill of Someone's Favorite Productions. New artwork by Beth Morris. Blu-ray authoring by David Mackenzie of Fidelity in Motion. 60-page illustrated book, slipcase with new artwork by Hannah Vandergreen. New essay by film critic and author Alexandra Heller Nicholas. New essay by film critic and author Walter Chaw. Yeah, this movie is incredible. It's like I said, it's like Ken Russell's Tommy, but even more unhinged. Yeah, it's like Jesus Christ Superstar, but darker and weirder. The music in it is incredible. Um, the plot, I didn't even know what the plot was. It got to do with like angels and demons and like a Faustian type of deal that's being made. Um, yeah, there's a whole big thing here where like the devil makes a deal f- with this guy so that this guy can fall in love and marry this woman. And the deal is that the daughter that they have together will then go to the devil. Well, that happens. They have a daughter, but now the guy that's made the deal doesn't want the devil to get his daughter. So he's trying to convince the devil to go after someone else, to go be with someone else. I know it sounds dark and sinister and messed up, which of course that the premise is, but the way the movie tells it is so odd. So odd. It's so odd. Um, yeah, like I said, it's only 78 minutes long. Super short, but trippy as all hell. Um, Brilliant movie. Just absolutely brilliant. And I'll be honest with you, I don't watch like Lithuanian films. I didn't know Lithuania had a film industry. Just because I'm not exposed to it that often. So this was once again Deaf Crocodile exposing me to certain Eastern European cinema that I've never been familiar with before. That's kind of what they've been doing. Really good stuff. We have some other comments here. Um, David James says, speaking of Dune, I can't help but brag. Last week I ordered Dune 2 4K from Amazon and got it with a slipcover. To be honest, that's amazing because at this point to to get this with a slipcover from Amazon of all places, the warehouse that they took it from must be a gem of a gem, a gem of a gem, because uh, that's such a crapshoot. The further away you get from uh, a a release date of a movie with a slipcover, the less likely I think you're going to get one from Amazon. That's why I try to buy in store. But like I said early on before we started the show, um, the only places around me that really sell new releases anymore are Walmarts. And at least my local Walmarts, are woefully terrible when it comes to putting out new releases on new release day. They never do that. When it comes to keeping them in stock, they also never do that. Once they sell out, they're gone. Like for example, I mentioned earlier, where are they? Oh, this was the last copy they had of Mickey 17 at the Walmart that I went to. My guess is they're not going to have any more copies ever again, just because they don't restock. The brick and mortar, big chain stores typically don't restock. At least mine don't, which is unfortunate. Because there are people that are out there like me, like you guys at home, like everyone listening or whatever, that will happily go every Tuesday, still go every Tuesday and buy new movies and you know do what you love. And the brick and mortar stores just kind of threw us aside. That's what really upset me. I really upset me when Best Buy did it. Like that was a stab in the back that was really hit me hard, because if you look at the collection that I have around me and the things you guys can't see, most of it was bought at Best Buy. I would go to Best Buy like every week for years. Like from like 2007 to like up until they took movies away. I would go there every week to buy stuff. And once they announced they were getting rid of it, I was like, thanks for like wasting all my time, wasting all my time. And to watch my Best Buy, the one I went to from like my early 20s to like my mid 30s, slowly reduce their movie sections. down to nothing was like watching like your best friend slowly pass away. Oh, it was heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. Um, but that's just me waxing and waning poetically about the loss of cinema, or the loss of physical media in stores. Illuminated Pro asks, "Do you fall asleep to movies/shows? If so, what do you like?" I try not to fall asleep while watching movies because it bothers me. Um, because I don't like to because movies are such like a singular experience. You know what I mean? Like, you watch it as one block of entertainment. There's a flow to it. There's a beginning, middle, and end. There's a flow to the plot and the characters and all that kind of stuff. So getting it all in one dose feels like that's the way you're supposed to watch movies. As opposed to TV, which is episodic. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be broken up. You know what I mean? And it's tough to feel and get back into the momentum of a movie once you've kind of broken it, in my opinion. So I like to fall asleep. If anything, it would be TV shows I like to fall asleep with because I can start an episode over and be kind of fine. I granted you could start a movie over too, but I don't like to. I guess yet again it's that OCD thing that I was talking about earlier. That's one of my kind of I guess pet peeves or OCDs. Um, but for TV shows, I used to like to fall asleep to um things that I know really well. Usually comedies, things that are easy, things that I've watched before. Um, Animation, things like, for example, like Family Guy, um, Bob's Burgers, Archer, things like that, Rick and Morty, things that are, you know what I mean, that I've seen many times over and over again. American Dad, as you can kind of tell, a lot of like kind of adultish animation that I've gotten into over the years and whatnot. Unfortunately, I mean, this is kind of an aside here. A lot of those shows they stopped putting them out in physical media form. Like they stopped. I've mentioned this before. They stopped years ago putting out, Family Guy on DVD. They stopped years ago putting out American Dad. Finally, I think they did put out all of Archer. Bob's Burgers. I think they stopped putting out seasons of that. It was really 20th Century Fox that stopped putting their shows out on DVD before anybody. I know everyone else pretty much still does. Universal does. Definitely. Warner Brothers does. For all the heck I give Warner Brothers, um, they still put their shows out on Blu-ray. They still put their shows out. Their HBO shows, their shows that they have on Apple TV, they put those out. Any other streaming site that they've got their shows on, they put them out on Blu-ray. Not a lot of other companies do things like that. But that's a whole other thing for a whole other time. I thought about starting like a side show of just TV stuff here on Chasing Labels, but that would be too much for me to handle right now, especially with all the stuff we've got going on here. But that's just me taking a little bit of an aside. So we did just talk about Deaf Crocodile. I do want to talk about a couple of other guys here. Our old friends over at Altered Innocence. They have two releases here. I didn't get to let's see. There was one called Lost Country. I wonder if I can find it. Yeah, Lost Country. Is coming out from Altered Innocence July 1st. And this is of course, they're not going to tell me anything about it. Thank goodness there is something here. Oh, yeah, because I wanted to talk about this last time and I didn't. So, Altered Innocence is putting on a movie called Lost Country. It's a Serbian film, I believe. Yes. So, synopsis set in Serbia during the 1996 protest against Slobodan Milosevic. Lost Country is a deeply personal coming of age drama by Vladimir Pershik, inspired by his own experiences. 15-year-old Stefan faces a profound internal conflict as his peers rise against Milosevic's Socialist Party, and his mother, a spokesperson for the government, becomes a symbol of corruption. Amid growing protests over electoral fraud, Stefan must reconcile his love for his mother with the mounting awareness of her complicity. Premiering to acclaim at Cannes and featured in New Director / New Films, Lost Country crafts a poignant portrait of generational and moral reckoning, blending historical insight and personal reflection. Now, Altered Innocence has put out some really great films over the years that we've been covering them here. Since they've branched off from being a Vinegar Syndrome partner label, we haven't covered them as much just because I haven't seen the news of their releases come across as frequently or as pronounced as before. So I don't, I miss it essentially. But I did get to to see this news. This movie sounds incredibly poignant, specifically because political turmoil never seems to go away, regardless of where you are. We live in incredibly turbulent political times constantly, especially here in the United States. Whether you're in South America, whether you're in Europe, it's been that way throughout the last century, and even beforehand. So it's nothing new, but today it's way more publicized. Because we live in the world with social media, we live in the world with the internet, we live in the world of instant communication and instant news. Political strife, political turbulence, political turmoil is constant, and it's everywhere, and it's a lot. It's overwhelming. It really, really is. So this movie is interesting when it's kind of dealing with a lot of those things. It seems like it's dealing with politics versus family, which can be very tough. For any of you who've had very awkward, Thanksgiving dinners with families who politically align differently to you or differently to the rest of your family, or perhaps you align differently to the rest of your family, things can get rather complicated and messy. And this movie seems to be, exploring that. So the movie's called Lost Country. It's a Serbian film, comes out July 1st from Altered Innocence. And yeah, you can probably find Altered Innocence releases on, I want to say Orbit DVD. Diabolic probably has it. I think they teamed up with MVD, so they may be on the MVD Entertainment website shop as well. I got to get more of their stuff. I've been neglecting Altered Innocence for a while. I wonder if I have a few of their stuff. No, I think I put them on a shelf somewhere. If not, I got to look around. But yeah, because I know Wounded Man is actually up there. Where are you? Yeah, The Wounded Man, which is all the way over there. I don't know if you guys can see it. Probably not. Can't even see my finger pointing, but The Wounded Man's over there. That's a great Alternate Innocence film. But let's move on to some other one-offs, and then we'll get to Criterion has the big announcement with the Wes Anderson box set. Then we'll go to the OCN partner labels, and that will be it for us here at Chasing Labels. So let's see what we can do. Those are the two alternate. Oh, The Maiden is another Alternate Innocence release. So The Maiden, which is coming out later this summer. Let's see, this is a 2022 film. It's coming out August 12th. Let's see, The Maiden. Altered Innocence will release on Blu-ray. Graham Foy's The Maiden, starring Haley Ness, Jackson Sluter, and Marcel T. Jimenez. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market on August 12th. Description: a perfect summer day ends in tragedy, weaving a cosmic connection between three suburban teenagers. Best friends Colton and Kyle float the river, trade dreams, and spray paint in the local ravine. Like the boys, Whitney explores the ravine, seeking solace by writing and drawing in her diary. But when her best friend abandons her, Whitney disappears. I don't want to read anymore. I don't want to read anymore. It sounds like a mystery. It sounds like adolescence. It sounds like a teenage coming of age story with dramatic flair to it. It's got all my vibes. You know what I mean? It's got everything. This kind of exploration of a changing time in people's lives. You know what I mean? It's shot on a richly textured 16 millimeter and described by the New York Times Manola Dargis as a haunting that feels like a generational cri de coeur. The Maiden is a mesmerizing poetic debut film by Canadian filmmaker Graham Foy. Sounds great. This sounds a lot like a movie that I really, really like, and I recommend it to a lot of people, and that's the movie River's Edge. The movie River's Edge, which stars Keanu Reeves, came out in 1986. It's Keanu Reeves, Iona Sky, Crispin Glover, Daniel Roebuck, Dennis Hopper's in the movie. And that's a movie that is similar, where you are kind of exploring these young people and what they're dealing with. Yeah, and it's dealing with young people and also a tragedy amongst them. Good movie. It's called River's Edge. directed by Tim Hunter. There was a Kino Blu-ray release of this for many, many years. I punch myself every time I didn't buy it. There is a Sandpiper Blu-ray re-release that came out at the end of last year, which I think is the same exact disc as the Kino release. I don't think there's any difference in it at all. Um, I'm just quickly looking at it here. Unfortunately, that I would love if that movie would get some type of deluxe boutique re-release. I'm surprised nobody scooped up the rights to that and Sandpiper got their hands on it, because this seems prime for a nice boutique re-release. Um, yeah, I think it's the same transfer as well. Yeah, and I don't think. Let me check if the Kino had any special features on it. Yeah. No. It did have a commentary. So the Kino release did have a commentary by the director, whereas the Sandpiper release does not have a commentary at all. Now, that's kind of disappointing. To track down an out of print Kino release is not as easy as you think. Not a lot of those going around, and when they are, people know what they have in value. They do. They really, really do. So this movie, The Maiden, reminds me a lot of River's Edge, just by the premise alone. I want to check it out, but I think I want to wait until I buy the Blu-ray. So that is it for Altered Innocence. Let's see. There are a couple more, like I said. Oh, Second Sight. Here we go. Let me go over to Second Sight. Let me see if that's not what I want to do at all. I'm bouncing around from different places that I don't want to be at. Uh, let's see. So Second Sight is putting out another one of their 4K releases. They're putting out a 4K of When Evil Lurks. This is coming out in July 28th. Of course, there is no article for it on Blu-ray.com, so I've got to search in alternate places. Let me see. Let me go over to their Facebook page. See if they got any news over there. I believe this was the Argentinian horror film, if I do recall. Oh, here it is, right up top. When Evil Lurks, limited edition 4K UHD and Blu-ray released July 28th. Pre-order now. New Second Sight produced, director-approved HDR Dolby Vision grade, new interviews, commentary, and more. Plus a 120-page book and 6 art cards. Standard edition also available. Let me go over to their website and see what's cooking over there. As we all know, or as you might know now, I believe this month we will be getting. Let's see. There was a delay. Yeah, there's a June release update from Second Sight. Unfortunately, due to a production delay, there has been a slight postponement to our June releases. The Nice Guys will now be June 16th, and Talk to Me will be June 23rd. Those are the release updates. So The Nice Guys and Talk to Me getting released this month. But When Evil Lurks, which is their July release, July 28th. Let's see. A small Argentine town is plagued by a demon that is possessing the locals and causing devastation wherever it goes. Two brothers will risk everything trying to stop this evil force. If I remember correctly, this was streaming on Shudder. It may still be streaming on there. So those of you who have Shudder, take a look over there. If it is, give it a watch, I guess. If you're into kind of demonic possession films, this is what this is. I remember watching it when it came out. So, special features, dual format edition, including both UHD and Blu-ray with main feature and bonus features on both discs. Let's see, new audio commentary by Gabriel Eljac Rodriguez. It Was Always There, a new interview with Demian Runia. Tragedy is Inevitable, a new interview with actor Ezekiel Rodriguez. We Made a Movie, a new interview with actor Damian Solomon. Stripped to the Bone, a new interview with actor Virginia Garofalo. Terror and the Unknown to When Evil Lurks, a video essay by Mike Munzer. As we all know, for those of you who have, heck, I just showed it. Might as well pick it up again. Um, for those of you who know, Second Sight's, limited edition deluxe format 4K releases or Blu-rays come in this gigantic format. Big box set, big books, special features, good good transfers, all that kind of stuff. So that is that from Second Sight. Now let's see what else do we have here. Oh yeah, the BFI. So the BFI has three releases. I just want to mention casually, because I don't want to spend too much time on them. Um, Nosferatu the Vampire, Aguirre the Wrath of God. They're putting out 4K UHD releases of both of those. Now, why is that significant? Because those are both Werner Herzog films, and those are both Werner Herzog films that they've released in the past. Um, in a Werner Herzog box set. So they are releasing them individually in 4K. Let me see. This is not what I want to do. Let me go over to here. So let's see. Nosferatu. No, let's see. It's called Nosferatu the Vampire, but we all know it as Nosferatu. So, yeah, these are coming out in September. Well, at least Nosferatu is. Let's see if I can get any. There it is. Okay, good. They do have it here. Saves me some time. So, the British Film Institute is preparing a 4K Blu-ray release of Werner Herzog's Nosferatu the Vampire from 1979, starring Klaus Kinski, Isabella Gianni, Bruno Gans, Roland Tapor, and Walter Landegast. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market on September 22nd. Yeah, for those of you who know, you know the story of Nosferatu. I don't have to explain it to you guys. But I'm excited for this because I've never owned Werner Herzog's Nosferatu. I've never owned it on DVD. I've never owned it on Blu-ray. I've seen the movie, and it's very good. Actually, it's very good. It's different than the original. It's tough to explain. You got to kind of see Werner Herzog to kind of understand him. So I'm excited for that because there's been two. How do I say this? There's been two box sets volumes of Werner Herzog's work that's been brought out here in the US, put out by Shout Factory. And there's been a box set Blu-ray put out in the UK by the BFI. The BFI box set looked better, but the Shout Factory sets had more movies. So that's always been my kind of curse as to choosing which ones. I never chose any, essentially. I do have Aguirre the Wrath of God, because Aguirre the Wrath of God was released individually here by Shout Factory, and it just got a re-release on Blu-ray as well. That is another kind of all-time Werner Herzog film. So they're releasing that on Blu-ray as well. So I got to do a little comparison, which I'll probably do off air, of the Aguirre, the Wrath of God from Shout Factory versus the one from the BFI. Specifically how it's going to look. I'm just very curious if the BFI looks better than Shout Factory. Perhaps. My guess is maybe. But the Aguirre, the Wrath of God is coming out August 25th. Yes. And then we've got Hidden Fortress. Hidden Fortress is getting a 4K UHD release from the BFI. Now, what does this mean for Criterion? Probably means Criterion is going to be re-releasing their version on 4K as well. It's only a matter of time. They've already. Where are you? It's around here somewhere. Got it. I was gonna say they've already re-released the Seventh Seal on 4K. So they've already released the Seventh Seal on 4K. They've already and they're already slowly kind of releasing others. So I'm assuming the Hidden Fortress is coming soon. I'm assuming it's coming soon. Come on, just put all of a Kurosawa in 4K. Heck, there's some Akira Kurosawa films that need Blu-ray releases. The Bad Sleep Well. I'll say this till the cows come home. The Bad Sleep Well is only available on DVD and needs a Blu-ray release. Um, like, come on, just make it happen already. Some other Kurosawa films that need Blu-ray releases: Stray Dog, Redbeard. I mean, there are so many. There's so many, but perhaps there's a box set coming. Who knows? Perhaps they're releasing them individually and then a box set. We know they've done that before. Or perhaps they'll release a box set and then release them individually. I don't know. Criterion is a little all over the place when it comes to those things, but we all know that things do happen in time, essentially, when it comes to them. So we will be anticipating that probably announcement. Who knows? We should be getting announcements either probably early next week, I'd say, for Criterion. That's probably what we will when those will drop. Probably early next week, or maybe at the end of this week. Who knows? But that I did want to mention that. Yeah, I did want to mention that they are putting out The Hidden Fortress in 4K. That's coming out August 11th, so right around the corner. Yeah, and that is Hidden Fortress, which is one of the main inspirations for Star Wars. Is the Hidden Fortress. So let's move on from there, just to save some time. VCI is putting out Santo vs. Infernal Men. Now, I was introduced to the whole Santo franchise through Indicator. They put out a couple of Santo films, but not this one, not Santo vs. the Infernal Men. VCI is putting that out. Blue Underground is putting out a movie called Deathline. It's called Deathline or Raw Meat. So yeah, and they're putting out a Blu-ray, and they're putting out a 4K. They've already put out a Blu-ray. This movie is fascinating. For generations, they've lingered beneath the streets of London, but now their last survivor has emerged, driven by a desperate hunger for human flesh. This movie also stars Donald Pleasance in his daring horror classic that dishes out heart-stopping jolts and hair-raising thrills. Okay, they're overselling it a little bit. It's not quite like that. You do get some great unhinged Donald Pleasance moments that you've probably seen him do in the Halloween films as Dr. Loomis. You do see some great unhinged Donald Pleasance in this. So what is happening is, it says, when a prominent politician, a beautiful young woman, vanished inside a London subway station, Scotland Yard's Inspector Calhoun, Donald Pleasance, investigates and makes a horrifying discovery. Not only did a group of 19th century tunnel workers survive a cave-in, but they lived for years in secret underground enclave by consuming the flesh of their own dead. Now the lone descendant of this grisly tribe has surfaced, prowling the streets of London for fresh victims and a new mate. Yeah, there you go. That's Deathline. Let's see. Yeah, it's Deathline or Raw Meat. That's the name of the movie. I don't know which one is preferable. But yeah, it's putting out by Blue Underground. It's an interesting. There's a lot of interesting movies dealing with people or creatures or something living inside like subway train systems that have been long abandoned or long forgotten or people just don't know about. I feel like there's got to be a whole subgenre of horror films like that from a bunch of different countries. But yeah, that movie's called Deathline. When is that coming out? Actually, I probably should get a time for this. It just says later this year. Okay, it doesn't give us a day or date. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it for everyone. Oh, TerrorVision. Sorry, our buddies over at TerrorVision. Let me go to their. I could go to their website actually. I haven't been to their website in a while. So one of our earliest guests here on Chasing Labels was Brad Henderson, who at the time was a producer over at Vinegar Syndrome. And he was a guest twice here on Chasing Labels. Super awesome dude. Love to talk movies. Love to talk releases. Love to talk behind the scenes stuff and how they were doing stuff over at Vinegar Syndrome. He had his own partner label called Terror Vision, and he has since kind of branched off and done his own thing over the last couple of years actually. And Terror Vision has quite a few releases, and I keep up with them here and there. Definitely the news. Our buddy Ryan Verrill has worked with him over there at Terror Vision too. But Justin Beam has done stuff. I follow their YouTube channel when they have announcements and whatnot. So definitely kudos to him for being so successful, starting his own label in Terror Vision. And they, for those of you who don't know, they pretty much do kind of like they do. I wouldn't say strictly horror films, but I would say so. Like lower budget horror films from the 80s, 90s, 70s, and stuff like that. And this is no exception because uh, a this is a dual release here. So I think two separate releases of Gator Bait and Gator Bait 2. One from 1973, one from 1988. Let me see which one. Yeah. So there's two packages you can pre-order on the site, but I just want to talk about these two movies. I think you can watch them on Terror. I think you can watch them on Tubi. Let's see. See. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Let's see. Let me get a little description here, and then we'll move on. Let's see. She's wild, she's beautiful, she's gator bait. Deep in the swamps of Louisiana, nature isn't the only thing that's untamed. Gator bait explodes onto UHD Blu-ray and brand new remaster of a 1973 Southern Fried cult classic that launched the legend of Claudia Jennings, uh, Playboy playmate and cinema icon. Jennings stars as Desiree Thibodeau, a tough, independent Cajun trapper who lives by her own rules in the bayou backcountry. When a pair of lecherous redneck deputies cross her path with violent intentions, Desiree turns from prey to predator, launching a relentless, blood-soaked campaign of backwoods justice. With Swamp as her ally and revenge in her heart, she'll stop at nothing to make them pay. Cool. And then you have Gator Bait 2, Cajun Justice. Vengeance runs deep in the bayou. Deep in the steamy swamps of Louisiana, the law of the land is written in blood. In Gator Bait 2, Cajun Justice, the explosive sequel to the cult classic Gator Bait, the backwoods take a brutal turn when sweet-natured redhead and angelic um, and when sweet-natured redhead Angelique marries into a close-knit Cajun clan and finds herself targeted by a sadistic group of outsiders. When Angelique is abducted and brutalized by thugs who underestimate the fury of her own new family, they unleash a storm of primal retribution. Led by her fiercely loyal husband and his kin, justice comes not from the courts, but from the shotgun barrels and gator-infested waters of the swamp. There you go. That is Gator Bait and Gator Bait 2. Now, let's see. Ba-ba-ba-bum. It says Gatorbait was scanned from the 35mm negative material in 4K UHD. Gatorbait 2 was scanned from the 16mm OCN in 4K UHD. Let's see. Oh, wow. Sadly, when we came across the OCN and IP for Gatorbait 2, the final reel was missing for both negatives. We have spent the last several years searching for a print of Gatorbait 2 for that final reel, but have come up empty-handed. The finale of Gatorbait 2 will be sourced from the Laserdisc release for your viewing experience. Wow, that's interesting. It's very interesting when you um get into like finding source material for films that were not A-list Hollywood films that may not even be B-list, films that may even be like a C-list movie. Like, where do those elements go? Who has them? If not the original director, who has them? You know what I mean. That's why I'm always fascinated every time we've talked with people who work at these companies like Terror Vision, like Vinegar Syndrome, um like um like Severin or any of these other ones, Indicator or whomever. Even when we talked with Sean Baker last week, I'm always kind of fascinated by what's it like going back to kind of view the elements as they are in their current state. You know what I mean? I think luckily, I think Sean Baker knew where the elements for Prince of Broadway were, and he was able to go back and get them, and then of course do have the restoration done on that film like he needs to have done. But for a lot of these other films, some of them get lost in time, some get lost for years, and you can't. Sometimes you find incomplete versions of them. Sometimes you find um, older masters or, whatever interpositives versus the original negatives. Sometimes you can't find either. Sometimes it's several generations from its original elements. So what do you do? Do you keep looking, or do you reach a certain point where it's, hey, we gotta come out with the release because we're losing so much money by having this just sit around. All of that stuff has always fascinated me. But for TerrorVision, it seems like they had to go with the Laserdisc version to complete this movie of Gatorbait 2. We've got some special features here. Um, Perfectly bound booklet with writing from Alexandra Heller Nicholas, Michelle Kisner, and Heather Drain. I know 2 out of 3 of those people. Um, Gatorbait, yeah, disc 1 of Gatorbait is on 4K UHD, presented in 4K UHD with HDR commentary with Beverly Sebastian, moderated by Clint Kelly. There's another commentary with Ryan Verrill and Will Dotson of Someone's Favorite Productions, newly created subtitles. Disc 2 is Gatorbait 2, with Cajun Justice presented in 4K UHD with HDR, commentary with Beverly Sebastian, moderated by Clint Kelly, commentary with Ryan Verrill and Will Dotson of Someone's Favorite Productions, newly created subtitles. And then we have disc 3, which I think is, it's just the Blu-ray of Gatorbait, and it's got those 2 commentaries plus interview with Beverly Sebastian, interview with Tracy Sebastian, interview with Ben Sebastian, interview with Keith Jennings on Claudia Jennings, interview with Joe Bob Briggs on Gatorbait, and an archival celluloid in the swamp, the making of Gatorbait. Then you have a disc 4, which is the Blu-ray of Gatorbait 2, Cajun Justice. When you have an interview with Beverly Sebastian, Tracy Sebastian, Ben Sebastian, Brad Kapanek, and then Joe Bob Briggs as well. Then you have archival handheld in the swamp, the making of Gatorbait 2, archival Beverly Sebastian Greyhound Foundation, archival Ferd Sebastian to Jesus. Okay. Laserdisc presentation of Gatorbait 2 in 720p. That's fascinating. Newly created subtitles, more extras TBD. All discs are region free. So you've got Gatorbait and Gatorbait 2 in a 4-disc edition, 2 UHDs and 2 BDs. You can pre-order them at terror-vision.com. And there's two packages you can get. There's one that's I think that's the 4. Yeah. No. I don't know why there's 2. Oh, one has less, one has more. Gotcha. One has more swag than the other. That's what I'm looking at here. So there's one where you can get less swag, one where you can get more swag in terms of like extra stuff like coasters, hat, posters, t-shirt, etc., etc. And there's one where you get less than that. So yeah, check them out. TerrorVision is doing some really cool original stuff over there. But that is it for the individual ones. Now we're going to Criterion. So Criterion had a big time super duper announcement. The big time super duper announcement is another box set from them, and this is a Wes Anderson box set. It is called the Wes Anderson Archive 10 Films, 25 Years. This is a 4K UHD and Blu-ray box set. And when is this bad boy coming out? Coming September 30th, 2025. Now, this contains 10 films from Wes Anderson. Many of you, I me included, already have 8 of these movies on Criterion Blu-ray. So this is a little bit of one of those moments where, like, will we be upgrading just to get the extra 2 movies? Will we be upgraded because the packaging is so cool? Will we be upgrading for whatever reason because we have OCD or we're completists? Or will we be waiting for these to come out individually? Because I do know that the 2 movies that will be making their Criterion debut, which is Isle of Dogs and The French Dispatch, I believe will be getting their own separate 4K UHD releases. Let me make sure I'm not speaking out of turn on that. I feel like they are, and I feel like we will get the announcement for that next week. Yes. Oh, they're already up. It's literally already up on their website. If you go to the Criterion website, you go to coming soon, you will see Isle of Dogs and you will see the French Dispatch already have individual 4K releases coming on September 30th, along with this box set. So within this box set, you get Bottle Rocket, Rushmore, The Royal Tenenbaums, The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, The Darjeeling Limited, Fantastic Mr. Fox, Moonrise Kingdom, The Grand Budapest Hotel, Isle of Dogs, and The French Dispatch. Now, this does not include his most recent films. His most recent films being Asteroid City, any of the Netflix shorts, I don't think will be on here, and his newest film, which is literally just in theaters right now, it just came out this weekend, The Phoenician Scheme. That it just came out in theaters. So will those be released eventually? Probably. Will it probably be years? Most likely. Most likely because Isle of Dogs came out in 2018 and we are now in 2025. Um, you know how old Isle of Dogs is? Isle of Dogs has been around to the point where I was doing movie reviews on YouTube at that point, and there's a review here for that movie that I saw in theaters uh, on Chasing Labels YouTube channel. Like that's how long ago that movie came out. Um, so 2018, that would be 7 years. It took them 7 years to come out with Isle of Dogs for a Criterion release. I know that it was available on Blu-ray for so long. I used to see it all the time in stores. The French Dispatch came out in 2021, so we got about 4 years wait from that. That's already been released on Blu-ray too. But these are getting 4K releases now. What comes in the set, you may ask? So, new 4K digital masters of Bottle Rocket, Rushmore, The Royal Tenenbaums, The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, The Darjeeling Limited, Fantastic Mr. Fox, Moonrise Kingdom, The Grand Budapest Hotel, Isle of Dogs, and The French Dispatch of the Liberty, Kansas Evening Sun. Supervised and approved by director Wes Anderson with 5.1 surround DTS HD master audio soundtracks, 10 4K UHD discs of the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR, and 10 Blu-rays with the films and special features. Okay. Over 25 hours of special features including audio commentaries, interviews, documentaries, deleted scenes, auditions, short films, home movies, commercials, storyboards, animation tests, archival recordings, still photography, discussion/analysis, and visual essays. Um, so, okay. For the 8 films that are already on the Criterion collection, already in the Criterion collection that have been available on Blu-ray and DVD for many years, all of those special features will be included in here. What will be new? Obviously, the movies will be upgraded now to 4K with new digital masters, and then we will be getting, and then we will be getting special features for Isle of Dogs and The French Dispatch. So for Isle of Dogs, you get an audio commentary featuring Anderson and actor Jeff Goldblum, feature-length storyboard animatic, the making of Isle of Dogs featuring animators, puppet makers, modelers, sculptors, set dressers, illustrators, production designers, and more. The visual comedy of Isle of Dogs, a video essay by filmmakers Taylor Ramos and Tony Zhu. Jupiter in the Studio featuring actor F. Murray Abraham touring the set, animation tests, visual effects breakdown, and behind the scenes and time lapse footage. Now, I did mention that Isle of Dogs had already had a Blu-ray release. Let's see. I'm just curious minds do inquire. What did it have for special features? Now that came out through 20th Century Fox. For special features, it had promotional featurettes, the animators, the Isle of Dogs cast interviews, puppets, an ode to dogs, Megasaki City and Trash Island, weather and elements. And then it had like a picture gallery, I guess. Let me see. Do all of these? I don't know if all of those are actually on here. I'll be straight with you all. Either way, you obviously get much more with the Criterion release than you did from the original studio release. Plus it's in 4K UHD. It's cool stop motion animation as well. Yeah, I'm a sucker for anything to do with dogs. So there you go. Um, let's see what we got here. Let me go to the French Dispatch. So the French Dispatch, which I've only ever seen once. I've only seen the Isle of Dogs once when I saw it in the theater. Did my review for it here on the channel, and I saw the French Dispatch. Obviously, 2021 was during, um, the COVID crisis and all that kind of stuff. So I think I only saw that once, probably renting it online or something. And I don't have the Blu-ray. So the French Dispatch, new 4K digital master, supervised and approved by Wes Anderson. One 4K disc with the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR and one Blu-ray. Audio commentary featuring Anderson and collaborators Roman Coppola and Jason Schwartzman. Select scenes storyboard animatic. Behind the scenes of the French Dispatch. And then there's No Crying, How to Overcome Blase Ennui, a visual essay featuring the writing of film scholar David Bordwell. Episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour featuring Anderson, New Yorker editor David Remnick, and actor Jeffrey Wright. The French Splatter School Action Group, an interview with artist Sandro Kopp, who created the Moses Rosenthaler's paintings in the film. Oh, wow, there's a lot here. Aline by Jarvis Cocker, a music video directed by Anderson and illustrated by Javier Aznarez, and The French Dispatch reads The New Yorker featuring Wright and actors Bill Murray, Stephen Park, Elizabeth Moss, Owen Wilson, Frances McDormand, and Tilda Swinton reading excerpts from the classic works associated with The New Yorker. The French Dispatch Military Unit Berlin, accidentally Angoulême, a tour of the French town where the movie was made by the team behind Accidentally Wes Anderson. Of course, you get a booklet with essays as well. So that is it for this kind of gigantic Wes Anderson set. So we're talking 20 discs. Yeah, 10 4Ks, 10 Blu-rays. It comes in a box, a box and I think each of them looks like they're in a book of some kind. Can't really quite tell. It looks very Wes Anderson-y, if that makes sense. Go to the Criterion collection, Criterion.com website, and you can see the pictures. So yeah, it's a big box set. Yet again, I don't know. It all depends on how you feel about Wes Anderson. It all depends on how you feel about upgrading. It all depends on if you want to wait for them to perhaps release the movies individually in 4K. Like I said, they will be releasing Isle of Dogs, and they will be releasing The French Dispatch on their own. For those of you who want to upgrade, I don't think they've released. Let me check. I don't think they've released everything on 4K from Wes Anderson yet. Let's see. So, review all. Okay, that's not Wes Anderson, but okay. So things like Bottle Rocket, still only on Blu-ray. Things like Life Aquatic, still only on Blu-ray. So these will be all. I don't think they've upgraded any of this stuff. They're probably waiting for this box set to come out. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Even something like Fantastic Mr. Fox, which I could imagine how gorgeous that movie's going to look. Because that movie is already beautiful on Blu-ray. I would say all of the Wes Anderson films that have come out on Blu-ray, specifically Criterion, have all looked already so damn fantastic. Like, I'm curious to see what the 4K upgrades are going to do with his palette, and his levels of detail and production and stuff like that. So we will see. Let's move on now to. Actually, there's a few more here. I forgot that these were here. So, quickly, before we move on to the partner labels at Vinegar Syndrome, a movie company called Madman Films is putting out Crocodile Dundee, the encore cut on 4K, and I think they're putting out Crocodile Dundee 2 in 4K as well. And I want to mention them quickly because these movies I don't believe have gotten Blu-ray releases I've gotten 4K releases anywhere. They have not. They've only ever gotten Blu-ray releases. So, but I did want to mention that Crocodile Dundee, the encore cut, does cut about 2.5 minutes out of the original cut of the movie. So it is not the original cut of the film. They cut they edited some things out of it. I wanted to make sure to mention that. I want to make sure to mention that its sequel, Crocodile Dundee 2, is getting a 4K release too as well. Now, this company, Madman Films, is an Australian company, but 4K is region free anyway. So I want to make sure to mention those two. And a big kind of release here, which I probably need to mention, is that Curzon is coming out with their own Michael Haneke set. Remember, we just mentioned recently that Michael Haneke was getting a Blu-ray box set from Australia, from our buddies over at Umbrella. Well, now in the UK, Curzon is putting out their own Michael Haneke set. Now, the difference being is that I don't think this Curzon set comes with the same special features or as many special features as the Umbrella set, but this Curzon set comes with the Funny Games US, the American remake. That was a shot-for-shot remake that Michael Haneke did himself. So it's a shot-for-shot remake of Funny Games. So the US English Hollywood version of it comes in this set, which it did not come in the Umbrella set. So let me get a list of the movies that's in here. So the films that are included are Three Paths to the Lake, Lemmings 1 Arcadia, Lemmings 2 Injuries, The Seventh Continent, Benny's Video, The Rebellion, 71 Fragments of a Chronology of Chance, Funny Games, the one from 97, The Castle, Code Unknown, The Piano Teacher, Time of the Wolf, Hidden, Funny Games, the US version, the shot-for-shot remake from 07, The White Ribbon, Amour, and then Happy End from 2017. Yeah. This does have special features, but there's not a full list of them yet. I did want to mention that. So for those of you who are Michael Haneke fans, this is another option for you to get a lot of his movies. To get damn near all of them, to be quite honest with you. There really isn't a US Region A equivalent set of that yet. Typically because I think all of his movies are kind of all over the place, rights wise. Like, I know Criterion's put out a bunch of them. They put out The Piano Teacher. They put out Code Unknown. They put out a few more of his films. But like Amour's with a different company. Funny Games is with Criterion, but I think the US Funny Games is probably with someone else. White Ribbon, I think, is with Sony Pictures Classics. You know what I mean? So it's all spread out all over the place. There is a Michael Haneke trilogy box set from Criterion, too, that came out like 3 years ago. So if you're trying to piece these together in Region A land, you can. It's just tougher than getting a pretty complete box set from either Curzon or from Umbrella. It really all depends on what you're looking for. The Curzon set's actually, since it's got the Michael Haneke, the US Funny Games, it's a little more complete. All right. So I wanted to make sure to mention that. That's coming out actually September 15th, and that has 14 discs. So doesn't say how many. 14 discs. Okay, now let's go to Vinegar Syndrome, because I'm wasting away slowly. Let's go to Vinegar Syndrome and talk about some things. First of all, some comments here. Well, actually, one comment here. Illuminated Pro says, any guilty pleasure movies? I probably have many of them. I don't know if you consider them guilty pleasures, though. I guess it all depends on your perspective. For example, I guess you can... I really, really like the movie. I've said this many, many times. The fact that it's getting a 4K UHD release eventually is blowing my mind. The Phantom with Billy Zane is kind of a guilty pleasure for me. Now, a lot of nostalgia drives my guilty pleasures. I just mentioned, where are you? I just mentioned A Knight's Tale, which I don't think is a guilty pleasure. I think it's actually a rather good movie, but I don't know if everybody would consider this great movie, but I think it's pretty damn good. That would be definitely a guilty pleasure of sorts. Um, some other films that I've really liked over the years. I mean, um, something like this is a nostalgia for me. I'm just picking this up right alongside me. Kindergarten Cop with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Twins with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. Uh, I That was actually my first Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I've told people that, and coincidentally, Kindergarten Cop was my second because I was a little kid and my parents wouldn't let me watch Terminator and Predator and whatever other action movie Arnold was in at the time. Um, it wouldn't be until years later, my teenage years, I would go back and watch all of those. So my introduction to Arnold Schwarzenegger was Twins and Kindergarten Cop. And it's very, very interesting. There's probably so many other guilty pleasures that I really, really like. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle films from the early 90s. They're specifically the one from 1990, the original first one that came out. That's that's an all-time favorite of mine. Um, Many people would say perhaps cheesy because the rubber suits and you can see some of the mistakes in the rubber suits and all that stuff, but I still love that movie to this day. It's so like perfectly 1990. And it captures the turtles exactly the way I like them to be, even as an adult. It takes the comic stuff and it takes the stuff that was in the 1980s TV series, meshes them perfectly together to where you get that. And that's how you get that movie. The sequels I do like, Secret of the Ooze, as well as the third film when they go back in time, but it doesn't hold a candle to the first one in my opinion. But yeah, so many other guilty pleasures. Just looking around here. Um, yeah, yeah. Before I get distracted by looking at guilty pleasures, let me move on to Vinegar Syndrome. Let me get rid of some tabs here so my computer doesn't overflow. Okay, so this so we are at the partner labels month for Vinegar Syndrome. They had their halfway to Black Friday sale. They shut down their website for like a week. They reopened it on June 1st with a bunch of announcements. And their partner labels only month is upon us. And they announced, I think, like over 20 new titles. And I watched a bunch of them. So I want to talk about a few of them that I found interesting. So I'll list them off and then we'll get into some of these I could not find at all. So um, the only way to see these movies is to buy them, I guess. So we have Automatons by Glass Eye Pix. We have Cash Cow by Cartoona. We have Dandelion by IFC Films. We have David the Rock Nelson Collection Volume 2 by Saturn's Core. We have Destroy All Neighbors by Shudder. We have The Devil at Your Heels by Canadian International Pictures. We have Edward II by Film Movement Classics. We have Enter the Void by IFC Films, a hot seller, if you will. Um, Final Cut by Umbrella Entertainment. We have Kill the Moonlight by Factory 25. We have Killing Tide by VHS Hitfest. We have Limbo by Brainstorm Media. We have Ma Mère from Kimstim? Yes, Kimstim. We have Men of Deeds by Decalogue. We have Rounding by Music Box Selects. We've got Samurai Priest Vampire Hunter from ETR Media. We have Scarecrow in a Garden of Cucumbers by America's Genre Film Archive. We've got Sissy and I from Film Movement. We've got Sissy by Shudder. And we've got Suro Alien Hitchhiker from Bleeding Skull. We have Tahara from Film Movement. And we've got Tokyo Uber Blues from Kani or Canny. Never know how to pronounce that, to be honest with all of you. We've got what else do we got here? We've got so they're two re-releases from Canadian International Pictures. They are re-releasing the movie Gina, but with a new slipcover art. So a new renewed slipcover, essentially a new slipcover. And Shiva Baby is also getting a slipcover as well. Coincidentally, I have it. Where are you? There it is. It's right behind me. I have Shiva Baby right behind me. One of my favorite movies the year it came out. So those two movies are getting just slipcover re-releases. Same exact discs, same exact contents. Just the artwork on the slipcover is different. So let's dive into this stuff here. So let's work our way backward, shall we? So Tokyo Uber Blues is actually part of the POV program that is on um, PBS. It's on PBS, WGBH, whatever. PBS um, has had this program that's been running since 1988, 1989, called POV, where it's these short documentaries. They run for about 51, 52 minutes long, so an hour block, basically, of television. And they are all like point of view, like short documentaries about different subjects. And they've been running for like 37 seasons of this. And one of them is called Tokyo Uber Blues. And it is about a filmmaker. It says, here we go. Um, Unemployed in the wake of the pandemic, 26-year-old filmmaker Aoyagi decides to try his luck in Tokyo. Short on worldly possessions, but a bike and a phone, he becomes an Uber Eats rider. So he's an Uber Eats delivery person. You've probably used them many, many times. Now he can decide his own hours and is free to choose when to take orders. But pedaling through deserted streets, delivering boba tea to cloistered condos, he starts to wonder, what was it that Ken Loach said about the Uberization of society? Thrillingly shot from a first-person perspective on the mixture of smartphones and GoPros, first-time vlogger turned director Taku Ayawagi invites the audience to join him on his daily rides, speeding through deserted city, talking to himself and his peers. He asks for a young unemployed person with $40,000 of student debt. Does gig work offer a model for the future? Directed by Tako Ayawagi. So there are two versions of this on here. The first one is there's a theatrical version that runs 91 minutes long, 93 minutes long. Um, that one I could not find online at all to watch. Like, it's not streaming. Even on PBS's website, all they have is the shorter 52-minute TV cut. That's what I watched. So there's a TV cut which runs 52 minutes, and that's what's been aired to the public. That's what you can find to watch on PBS. You have to donate to watch on PBS, but you can watch it. And we have some special features here. The Road He Walks, a story of Hikun, which is 47 minutes long. Performance of Tokyo Uber Blues by composer Shu Akiyama. A theatrical Q&A in Los Angeles, and theatrical release trailer. What I found so interesting about this is it's such a snippet of a specific time recently in our society where you had this rise of what we call gig culture or gig jobs or side jobs, if you will, supplemental income jobs, things like that. Things like Uber Eats, Postmates, DoorDash, whatever else. Things that people had to start doing in order to try to financially survive. It still goes on to today. I have many friends who do it with Uber or with Lyft or any other type of rideshare app that's out there and whatnot. And over the last, let's say 5 years, 10 years, if you will, there's been a massive rise in all of these types of services that exist. And the movie's not really asking like why they exist or what brought them about. The fact that they're here and people are using them, and we just happen to have this, this worldwide crisis that uh, that that then needed these more than ever. You know what I mean? When we had the COVID lockdowns in various places, certain businesses that were still open were businesses that provided services to people, particularly food. Supermarkets, restaurants, places like that had to massively shift their their lives, pretty much, shift their business model, if you will, to accommodate to this. And you have this one person who's going around trying to navigate that world at that time in Tokyo, which is it's a big time city in the world. It's an international place, and he's trying to see if he can use it to get by in life. What I found out is, I don't know if it's just Tokyo or just Japan at the time, the Uber Eats drivers did not get paid very much. I don't know if that's changed a lot over the years, but he was biking for like 12, 14, 15, 16 hours in a day and not getting paid a lot. So it was really kind of showing the futility of, this gig economy, if you will. I don't know if things have changed since, but damn, he was going through it, this guy. He was really going through it. But it was fascinating to kind of see this snippet of time, almost time out of time, of recent times where the world was vastly different. It's vastly different now too, but interesting. It's like 2021, Tokyo is not the same now. So that is Tokyo Uber Blues, and it's getting a release from Kani or Canny. Yeah, one day I'll figure out how to pronounce that. So next we've got a movie from Film Movie called Tahara, and this is a movie starring probably someone who's actually also who has like her stars risen over the last few years, and that would be what's her, why is she not? Oh, Rachel Sennett. Yeah, that's probably not how to pronounce her name. But, this movie came out in 2020, so a few years ago, kind of after she's had her big breakout. In this acerbic teen comedy, a funeral becomes a battleground between best friends Carrie Lostein and Hannah Rosen. Carrie Lostein's portrayed by Madeline Gray DeFries, and Hannah Rosen's portrayed by Rachel Sennott. Breakout star of Shiva Baby. When their former Hebrew school classmate commits suicide, the two girls attend her funeral as well as the Teen Talk Back section hosted by their synagogue, designed to be an opportunity for them to understand grief through Judaism. Hannah, more interested in impressing her crush Tristan, convinces. Yeah, so basically, she kind of. It's interesting. This movie's like trying to navigate teen angst through the prism of grief and a funeral, through the prism of like young women as well, and kind of um how much they can kind of combat with one another when it comes, specifically when it comes to the affection of their classmates and friends and affection from others and whatnot. Really interesting movie when it's kind of uh, going through all of those avenues, if you will. And I thought it was rather good for what it is. I rather liked it. Let me see what we have here for special features. Let's see. Um, did I lose my place? Oh no, there we are. So yeah, commentary with director Olivia Peace, writer Jess Zeidman, cinematographer Tehilia De Castro, editor Troy Lewis, and sound designer Justin Enoch. Booklet with essay by entertainment journalist Sarah Clement. So not really much in the way of special features. The movie is only about 77 minutes long, so a pretty short film. Um, but there's a lot going on. There's no wasted time in the movie when it comes to the plot. Um, yes, there's some other. Let's see. Emotions heighten the scene develops into biting depiction of unrequited crushes, toxic friendships, and wavering faith, which Coming Soon calls one of the most original films in the coming of age subgenre in a long time. Yeah, it is a coming of age film. Um, yeah, and it's also kind of like friends, you know, like toxic friendships and diverging paths of one's longtime friendships and whatnot. It's tough to explain without spoiling the movie. That's why I'm kind of beating around it a little bit. But yeah, that's the movie Tahara, being put out by Film Movement. Film Movement doesn't really put out a bad film. I'll be honest with all of you. They're pretty great label. So Sissy is a movie put out by Shudder. And this is a movie I did get to watch because it's streaming on Shudder, which I still have. Invited away on a hen's weekend, Sissy is stuck in a remote cabin with her high school bully and a taste for revenge. Cecilia and Emma were tween-age BFFs who were going to grow old together and never let anything come between them. That is until Emma's new best friend or new friend did just that. When Cecilia becomes the target of Alex's bullying, it forced Cecilia and Emma apart. 12 years later, Cecilia is a successful influencer living the dream until she runs into Emma for the first time in over a decade and her world is turned upside down. Darkly comedic and unnervingly savage, Sissy is a satirical look at millennial self-victimization in the social media age. Yeah, it kind of is. But I think it had the opportunity to be more than that, and it kind of stumbled in that regard. This movie, kind of teeters on the ideas of examining, um, things like anxiety and trauma and those long time effects that you can carry from childhood into your young adulthood and all of those things. And the movie kind of abandons all of that to kind of fall into more genre type cliches, where the movie kind of radically changes tone at some point. It becomes a genre cliche. I won't say what happens, but if you see the movie, you'll know it when it happens, which is unfortunate to me because I thought the movie had more to say. And it just did not further explore any of those avenues. But it touched on them a little bit. So kind of teased me a little bit in terms of what it was going for, and then slipped into something completely different. Um, yeah, that's the movie, Sissy. Let's see what we got here for special features. Commentary with co-director slash co-writer Kane Sens and co-director, co-writer Hannah Barlow. Killer influence Hannah Barlow and Kane Sens on the making of Sissy. 8 behind-the-scenes featurettes, side-by-side storyboard comparison, behind-the-scenes image gallery. Um, yeah, and there's a booklet with new writing by Fangoria staff writer Amber T. Let's move on from there. Sissy and I did not get to see by being put out by Film Movement, but I wanted to see it. It stars um the reason why I wanted to see it, it's a period piece with Sandra Huller, who was um in what was she in? Let's see. Anatomy of a Fall. Anatomy of a Fall. That's what she was in. I don't even have to look it up. So I wanted to see that, and I didn't get a chance to. But once again, Phil Movie puts out great stuff. Agfa, Scarecrow in a Garden of Cucumbers, I did not get to see, but it's Agfa, so I know it's going to be at least interesting. At the very least, Agfa does not put out uninteresting things. Obviously, they're exploring certain LGBTQ plus themes and things throughout cinema's history. That's their jam. Samurai Priest Vampire Hunter sounds fascinating. Sounds like a combination of crazy things. Rounding, I did get to see. Rounding is an interesting movie. Music Box Selects. Music Box Selects. After a traumatic incident, um, a young, a driven young medical student resident transfers to a rural hospital for a fresh start, where the demons of his past start to catch up to him when he becomes consumed by the case of a patient with mysterious symptoms. Director Alex Thompson assembles a strong ensemble of veteran character actors in this humanist and unconventional genre vision. So, yeah, I did get to see this. What happens in this movie is that this young, resident, this young doctor resident, something happens and he's traumatically affected by it to the point where he's got to move to another hospital, like a rural hospital that basically you send people to who, like basically need to go there. Like they've kind of they messed up someplace else or something happened to them someplace else. So you're giving them a second chance. You're giving them a second shot. You send them to this hospital to kind of work through things, if you will. So he goes there and he kind of becomes obsessed with this patient who's having these symptoms, but the medical tests and the symptoms aren't really lining up with one another. He becomes engrossed and obsessed with this case to try to figure out what is indeed going on, because he doesn't think things are quite right. But the trauma of his past event and the things going on currently kind of smashed together, and he's slowly kind of falling and slipping into it further and further into it, to where he's kind of driving himself crazy over it, being this obsessive. So the movie is good in that regard. I This is a good one. It's called Rounding. For special features here, feature audio commentary with director Alex Thompson and editor Mike Smith. Behind the scenes of Rounding, there's your interview with the director, interview with the co-writer Christopher Thompson, interview with the actor Namir Smallwood, interview with Sidney Flanagan, interview with Michael Potts. The lead scenes, outtakes, and theatrical trailer. No booklet in here. This is Music Box Selects edition of Rounding. Really good stuff. Really good stuff from them. Let's see. A few more we'll go through here, and then we'll be done and we'll be out of here. Men of Deeds. So Men of Deeds, I did see. Yes, this is this movie. A deeply cynical, let's see, in a small village near the Moldova and Romanian border, a complacent police chief named, I can't pronounce that. I think it's Illy toes the line with his daily duties while turning a blind eye to the low-level contraband coming carried out by the town's powerful elite. But after the mysterious death of a local resident is swept under the rug by Mayor Constantine and the priest, Illy reluctantly springs into action, facing off against a deeply corroded and corrupt system of jealous. A deeply cynical, slow-burn neo-noir that quietly crescendos to a shocking climax. Men of Deeds triumphed at the 2022 Romanian GoPo Awards, where it won Best Film, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Screenplay, and more. The catalog is proud to present Paul Negascu's pertinent deadpan thriller in this new exclusive director-approved edition. Directed by Paul Negascu, directed by Paul Negascu, 105 minutes long. You have an audio commentary with director Paul Negascu, lead actor. Oh boy, I can't pronounce these Romanian names. Needless to say, it's the lead actor, cinematographer, and producer. They're all Romanian names. I can't pronounce them. Behind the scenes footage, promotional interviews with the cast, Paul Negascu's 2007 student film Late, and then the theatrical trailer. This is a cool film because this is another area of cinema that I don't delve into a lot. Romanian film. I don't see a lot of Romanian films just because I don't come across them that often. I'm not exposed to them as much as I probably should be. But this is an interesting, like, satirical film, also pointing at like local political corruption in a small town. It's interesting. Give it a watch. It's called Men of Deeds. And the catalog's putting it up. So next we've got a movie that is probably the best movie I saw out of all these. This is a movie, people. If you stuck with me for this long through this Chasing Labels episode, I've saved one of the best movies that I've watched for last. Like, this movie is really, really good. Maybe the best movie I watched in preparation for the podcast this time around. This is I believe it's an Australian film. Yes. It's called Limbo. It's being put out by Brainstorm Media. Okay, so jaded police detective Travis, who was portrayed by Simon Baker, who I always thought is an underrated actor, arrives in the remote Australian outback town of Limbo to investigate the cold case murder of a local Indigenous girl 20 years ago. As truths about the crime begin to unfold, Travis gains more insight into the unsolved case from the victim's fractured family, the surviving witnesses, and the reclusive brother of the chief suspect. Shot in starkly beautiful black and white, Limbo is penetrating modern noir and a poignant, intimate journey into the complexities of loss. Writer-director Ivan, one of Australia's foremost Indigenous filmmakers, deftly wields the police procedural to chart the impact of the justice system on the Indigenous families in Australia. This movie is fantastic. This movie is excellent. If you like films that are stark, bleak, film noir, black and white, films that they're not giving you anything, but they're also giving you so much in everything. Oh my goodness, this movie's so quiet, so beautiful, I was blown away by just the stark cinematography of this movie, and the acting by Simon Baker is unlike anything I've ever seen from him before. Now, for those of you who don't know who Simon Baker, and he's been kind of a character actor for many years. He was on that show, The Mentalist. That's probably where people know him from, because it was on, I think it was on CBS, so primetime TV, American TV, and whatnot. But he was in a few movies here and there. Dashingly handsome man, and but I've always thought he was a decent actor. Never really has been given his time to shine, but in this movie, he is fantastic. And the thing is he's not over the top. He's not emotional. He's not, he's not playing the character as some over the top authoritarian bad ass figure cop guy. He's playing it straight laced, so straight, so to the point, so deft. The whole movie feels like that because it's a movie that's dealing with old wounds, that's dealing with cultural wounds, that's dealing with societal wounds when it comes to, prejudice and stereotypes and racism and cultural divides. There's so much in this movie that the movie's not saying, but also saying at the same time. I This is one of the best movies I've seen this year in general. It is such a touchstone of a film. My goodness. I'm floored by this film. Utterly floored by it. Um, it's called Limbo, put out by Brainstorm Media. It's an Australian film. It's it's about, the treatment of indigenous peoples, but it's also about so much even more deeper than that. It's really incredible, and it's a movie that really gives you no answers to a lot of what it's talking about. Wow, and everyone in it is just phenomenal, just incredible acting. I mean, it's really something else, really is. So for special features here, interview with director Ivan Sen, interview with actor Simon Baker, interview with actor Rob Collins, interview with actress Natasha Wanganeen, interview with actor Nicholas Hope, interview with associate producer Elaine Crombie, behind the scenes footage. There's a booklet writing by film critic and historian Alexandra Heller Nicholas. Um, this is, if out of all of these partner label releases, this is the one that I would recommend to people the most. I think this is a really, really great film. So that's Limbo. I almost don't have anything else to. Ironically, I only saw like another couple of these films, but Enter the Void. I think everybody knows about Enter the Void. It's the um it's the Gaspar Noé film that is literally an out of body experience. This movie is unreal. This movie has gotten a Blu-ray release from Arrow a couple of years ago. That Arrow release is better than this release because it has more special features. It has more special features. The only major difference is there's a new audio commentary on here by Elena Lazic, and there's a video essay here by Chris O'Neill called "Sex and the Dead," a new video essay by Chris O'Neill. Those two special features are not on that Arrow release, but Arrow has a bunch of more extra features. But it sucks because we know Chris, like I know Chris O'Neill, super awesome dude, does great work, and I want to support him. So do I get this release and the other release just so I can support my friends? But Gaspar Noé's Enter the Void is a cinematic roller coaster, out of body experience of a movie where um it's just incredible. It's incredible, daring storytelling. Um, yeah, so they don't even. It's a trip through life, death, and the universe. It really is, where someone dies, and you see like their spirit in their body through a first person perspective. Like you're seeing it point of view from their perspective as they're just traversing the world and the universe and in and out of buildings and lives and time and everything. It's a masterwork of a film. It really, really is. And this is being put out by IFC Films. For special features, like I said, you have that audio commentary, you have that video essay, there's deleted scene, there's a visual effects reel, Vortex featurette, DMT loop featurette, various trailers and teasers, 40-page book with new writings by by critics, um, Bill Jabari, Caden Mark Gardner, and Nick Newman. Um, yeah, people know about this movie. Next, we've got Edward II. Now, talk about Pride. So this is appropriately announced during Pride Month. So Edward II, who was the King of England, um, is was history doesn't really know, but they kind of do know. It's probably obvious. He was a queer man. He had a lover, and this movie is based on the play, which is based on his life, which is based on true events. So obviously, things are going to get lost in translation over time. So uh, in this new restoration of the iconic new queer cinema classic, Derek Jarman offers a postmodern take on the Christopher Marlowe's Elizabethan drama. Pleasure-seeking King Edward II sets the stage for a palace revolt by taking as a lover the ambitious Piers Gaveston, who uses his favor in bed to wield political influence, sending the gay pair from the throne to a terminal torture dungeon. This landmark of gay cinema features an incredible performance from Jarman Muse and Oscar winner Tilda Swinton. as Edward's spurned Queen Isabella and rare film appearance by singer Annie Lennox. Wow. Um, so yeah, Tilda Swinton is in this movie, plays Isabella, his wife. So Edward II was a real person in the early 14th century. This is like early 14th century type of stuff. His father was Edward. I think he was. Yeah, I think he was Edward Longshanks. The king from Braveheart. Um, let's see. I think he's called Edward the First or Edward the Elder. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. Yes. So yeah. So Edward the First, I think dealt with all of that. Yeah, because his this is the stuff I spend my nights doing as a history buff, is looking up the lineage of royalty of the English line. This is what I end up doing. So I believe that's the case. Yeah, I just find that to be an interesting movie connection, if you will. Um, what's his name? Not Braveheart. Oh my goodness, it's yeah, William Wallace. Holy heck, brother. Yeah, he was the one dealing with William Wallace. Was Edward the First? His son is actually. Oh my goodness! So in Braveheart, for those of you who watched Braveheart, Edward the First, Longshanks, he's the king in that film. He's the one, he's the main nemesis bad guy, whatever. Remember, his son is kind of, he's gay, he's feminine or whatever, and the father is trying to have him marry Sophie Marceau's character to try and make peace with the other kingdom or whatever, the France and whatnot. Remember he like throws his lover out of the window. Yeah, so that guy who's his son is Edward II. So obviously, like throughout history, there's been this perception of Edward II being queer, being homosexual. If you look at the history books, some say, oh, it may have been his lover, it may have just been his consort or his friend. When you hear about that stuff in history classes and stuff, we all know what it really is. Come on, come on. People try to hide those things and whatnot, but obviously, early 14th century, you're the king of England, having a gay lover would be highly problematic, would be highly illegal, if you will. It really is. um yeah, and so but this movie, like I said, is portrayed by, I believe, a queer director making an adaptation of this play. um yeah, it's interesting. David James here says fascinating. I wonder, perhaps he was talking about my Braveheart connection, because I actually looked that up because I was just curious about the connection, because I'm like, this is around that time. Um, um, Edward II was king of England in the early 14th century, from I think like 1307 to like 1327, somewhere around there. So he was only king for about 20 years, but he was like a very like tumultuous time, you would say, vitriolic time. He wasn't a great king, I should say. Um, and then eventually he was like undermined by his son and his wife, and then some other guy that's actually also portrayed in the movie as well. And they basically kicked him out. They made him abdicate over time, and um, abdicate from the throne, your son will take over or whatever. But the problem is that he had such a loyal devotion that people wanted him back in power. So they would they had to move him around the country, because people would find out where he was like living. They would go and try to free him, and have him escape and put him back on the throne. Needless to say, there's actually some question about what ended up happening to him. Was he assassinated? Was he not assassinated? Did he go on to live in another country? There's a lot of historical questioning behind all of that. Obviously, we're talking about something that happened 700 years ago or so. So obviously, things get lost and changed over time. So who really knows? But yeah, Yeah, David James. It's interesting how David James says it's interesting how queer people have popped in extraordinary circumstances throughout history. I said that earlier on. So, like I guess I'll reiterate it here for those of you popping in later, or to those of you who just want to, I guess, a refresher of what we talked about earlier. June is, of course, Pride Month. June is, of course, here on Chasing Labels, we talk about cinema and movies and stuff like that. I've always wanted to talk about queer cinema. I've always wanted to talk about LGBTQ plus cinema, and I've picked up some things. I picked up some Todd Haynes films. I'm adding another Greg Araki film to my collection, and some other stuff as well throughout the month, just because I've been wanting to do that. So now is the best time. But I've also said that throughout cinema, there's always been LGBTQ plus theme. There's always been queer themes in cinema. That's always been around. Our good friend Humboldt Horror Honey basically said cinema has always been queer, and she's right. It's pretty much since the beginning up till now. And 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 you're kind of saying also, David, is that throughout history, it's always existed too. You know what I mean? I always bring this up. I always bring this up. And Alexander the Great, who conquered most of the real world when he was around at a very young age, um, was a queer man. He slept with both men and women, and he conquered literally like most of the known world at the time. I mean, he got all the way to China pretty much. Um, yeah, it's kind of incredible. Heck, we were just talking about Oliver Stone. Check out Oliver Stone's Alexander, one of its many cuts. you, definitely touches on that in that film. Um, but back to what I was saying, back to reality. Um, Edward II, the movie, is very, very good. It's 90 minutes long, pretty short, pretty succinct, pretty much to the T here. There's a documentary featurette called Derek's Edward, booklet with a new essay by film critic Kyle Turner, an essay by Bruce LaBruce. Wow, that's a cool name. And prologue by Tilda Swinton. Very interesting. Yeah, I was fascinated by this movie and its adaptation of a play, but also adaptation of a play by a queer man about a queer man. Um, and during this period too, so early '90s and mid '90s, late '80s as well, there was a huge called New Queer Cinema, with a bunch of people that you probably recognize were starting their careers and starting to make a name for themselves. Todd Haynes, Greg Araki, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of them. The Watermelon Woman, which is a fantastic movie, um, is Cheryl Dunye made that in the '90s. Fantastic film. I was so happy when that movie got a Blu-ray release from a few years ago by Criterion. I jumped for joy because that movie was unavailable to watch really for years. But moving on from Edward II, film movement classics. Um, is we going to Canadian International Pictures. So they putting out a movie called The Devil at Your Heels. This is a documentary. This is a documentary about a stunt driver. Seasoned stunt driver Ken Carter has spent the last 20 years risking his life jumping cars 3 times a week. Feeling the pain from decades of injuries, he recognizes the end of his career is near. But before he calls it a day, to he's determined to achieve legend status by jumping a car a mile over the St. Lawrence Seaway. So, what he's going to do is he's going to jump over the St. Lawrence River, which is like a mile wide. So he's going to have a ramp constructed to then ride a stunt car, over the St. Lawrence River into the United States. Um, and this documentary documents the 5 years period that it took for him to get to that point. Like having the idea, starting the idea, getting the funding and making the car for it, doing training, doing stunt work for it to get himself ready, all the steps it takes to get to this stunt. Um, and this documentary was made in 1981, so it was during the time. So it came out pretty much right after the time he was doing this, and yeah, it's an interesting kind of personal journey to trying to like do this not only, I guess, as a stunt, but also doing it as like a personal goal, like to have something that personal to you to be able to do that. Um, Yeah, it's a very interesting kind of ambitious story of inspiration as well. Let's see what we have for special features. So, scanned and restored in 2K from the 16 millimeter interpositive by the National Film Board of Canada. Selected scene commentary featuring director Robert Fortier, Daredevil director, new interview with Fortier, new audio interview with Gloria DeMario, Keller on Carter, rocket car designer Richard Keller on his collaboration with Carter. Also, yeah, the car is a rocket. Didn't say that. So, uh, so they basically attached a rocket to the back of this car, and they're going to launch him, like I told you, over the river. Now, on paper, it sounds a little ridiculous, but hey, if you can try it out, try it out. Definitely not for me, I'll tell you that. So yeah, they're basically gonna launch this guy with a rocket car over a river. Long John Baldry interview, archival interview with the musician who created Ken's theme. Someone else's movie episode on the film featuring Becky Shrimpton and host Norm Wilner. Pure Cinema podcast excerpt. Elric Kane and Brian Sauer discuss the film. Awesome. I follow Brian. Well, actually, we've had Brian here on Chasing Labels. He was one of our earliest guests a couple of years ago. I had been following Brian for many, many years. Is Just the Discs podcast, Pure Cinema podcast, as well as his YouTube channel now that he's had for a few years. Even beforehand, just on social media, I followed him early on when I first started getting on social media. Super, super nice guy. It was nice that he was able to come on early on during our start of Chasing Labels to really give us a boost. Really gave us a nice boost. It was like meeting one of your heroes. It really was. Pure Cinema Podcast introduction. Kane and Sauer introduced the film at the American Cinematheque. The movies that made me excerpt Kerlar Janice and Caleb but Vot, Botnesdal discussed the film. Ken Carter world record. Archival footage of Carter's ramp to rocket car jump on August 19th, 1982. Aim for the Roses clip excerpt from John Bolton's documentary chronicling a musical tribute to Ken Carter. 4 short films by Fortier. You have The Myth and the Reality, Metalworkers, The Mad Canadian, Harmonium in California. New introductions to all 4 shorts by Fortier. All right. Once again, Canadian International Pictures putting in a lot of work when it comes to special features for a quintessential Canadian film. Definitely so. If you watch the movie, you can definitely tell everybody's from Canada. You know what I mean? They have that sensibility. Um, Interesting documentary. Very interesting documentary about something and someone I had never heard of before. Next up here, we've got Destroy All Neighbors. This is on Shutter as well. This is a horror film, like an indie horror film starring um Jonah, what's his name? Jonah Ray. Jonah Ray Rodriguez. Um so let's see. William Brown, a neurotic, self-absorbed musician determined to finish his prog rock magnum opus, faces a creative roadblock in the form of a noisy and grotesque neighbor named Vlad. Finally working up the nerve to demand that Vlad keep it down, William inadvertently decapitates him. But while attempting to cover up one murder, William's accidentally reign of terror causes victims to pile up and become undead corpses who torment him and create more bloody detours on his road to prog rock Valhalla. So this movie is a horror comedy. Obviously, it's a horror comedy to the nth degree, as you can imagine here. So what happens is, like you just said, he has this annoying neighbor who won't stop playing loud music late at night, won't stop making noises, who just won't stop like being a bother. Things happen, and then but now the neighbor is like haunting him, and then things happen where other people start haunting him as well. He starts like slowly losing his mind over and over again, but it's played for laughs. It's played to be over the top. There's a lot of gore effects in here, but it's practical gore effects. Like you can tell it's fake blood. It's like it's prosthetics. It's makeup. It's like there's like dummy puppetry you can tell that's going on in here as well. Really kind of cool, like throwback to a lot of those old type of horror um special effects that you don't see a lot in movies now. You get a lot of like really bad CGI and stuff like that and whatnot. So it was nice to see like really cool practical special effects for this, gory horror film. It's a lot of fun. It's ridiculous, over the top, whatever. Some cameos you may be surprised to see. I don't want to give them away, but what do we got here for special features? We've got commentaries up the wazoo. That's what we have here. Commentary with director Josh Forbes and actors Thomas Lennon and John Daly. Commentary with director Josh Forbes, co-writer Charles A. Piper, actor Christian Calloway, and actress Randy Heller. Commentary with director Josh Forbes and special makeup effects designer Gabe Bartalis. Commentary with musicians Ryan Katner and Brett Morris, sorry. Commentary with radio personality Phil Hendry. Wow, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 6? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 commentaries. And then we have Destroy All Makeup Special Effects featurette, introducing Gabe Bartalis featurette, designing Skelenor featurette, designing Augie and Pig Guy featurette. Yeah, Destroy All Neighbors EPK. Yeah, it's just watch the trailer and it's bonkers. It's utterly bonkers. Ridiculous, over the top stuff. So, Dandelion is a movie that is currently streaming on Hulu. It's currently streaming on Hulu. It's directed by Nicole Riegel. It is um it's a movie about a singer-songwriter. So a struggling singer-songwriter falls into an intoxicating romance that leads her to a deeper appreciation of her artistic journey and the discovery of a voice that is authentically her own. So it's one of those movies that feels like who was that guy? Was it John Carney? Let me see. Feels like a John Carney film. Yeah, John Carney, who did Sing Street, who did what else did he do? Begin Again, Once, those movies, right? This movie has a similar vibe to it, but it's a little more indie. It's a little more slower paced. It's like, John Carney meets Columbus. Now, you know how much I love the movie Columbus. Don't go crazy now. I love that movie with a fiery passion. I think it's one of the best movies of the 21st century. The Kogonada film. But it's not quite as good as Columbus. Okay, it's not quite there, but it's got the same type of vibes where you're getting the same type of tone and feeling of this character's journeys, with the little John Carney musical influence in there. That being said, um, it's not, it's not quite as good as that. It's a little slow. For where we get to in the movie, you could have gotten there a little bit earlier. I think it would have been just as effective, but it's not a bad movie. Well acted, well directed. I like the premise of it. This kind of journey of self discovery for this artist, if you will. Um, yeah. Let's see what else we've got here. This is the movie Dandelion. So let's see special features. Commentary with writer, director, producer Nicole Riegel, and director of photography Lauren Gutierrez. Gutierrez, sorry. Deleted scenes, behind the scenes footage, behind the scenes stills gallery, river music video. Yeah, it's like I said, it's a movie that the pacing, I think, is the biggest issue with it. It's not so much the storytelling or the character work or the acting. I think it's the pacing. Um, but yeah, the movie tries to slow and lull you into what it's vibing on, and it works for that matter. So this is Dandelion from IFC Films. Let's see. That's it actually. That's everything I've seen. So I wanted to see the movie Automatons because it looked fascinating. Could not find that thing anywhere to watch. Not streaming anywhere, nowhere to be found. Same thing with Cash Cow. I wanted to watch that, nowhere to be found. The movie Kill the Moonlight looked fascinating to me. Kind of this 90s indie film. I don't know, it looked interesting. Put out by Factory 25. I've liked their stuff in the past, stuff that they put out, but yet again, not streaming anywhere, not available to watch in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, that is pretty much it for everything that we've been talking about here. Um, this is, oh goodness, we're way past 4 hours. We got to wrap this up. So this has been Chasing Labels Spine number 166, episode number 166. For those of you who have stuck with me for this long, thank you very much. For those of you listening, thank you very much as well. You can find this podcast as well as our other podcast audio on, pretty much everywhere podcast audio can be found: Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, etc., etc. You can obviously find the stream here on the YouTube channel of Chasing Labels. Recently, we did get to do an interview with the now Academy Award winning director, filmmaker, editor, writer in Sean Baker. Check that out if you haven't already. Check out his films if you haven't seen them yet. Also, we did a recent episode of Movies Down Memory Lane where I got to talk about where did I put it? I don't even know. Oh, where I got to talk about A Knight's Tale and my love for this movie, as well as my love for, I guess you could say, Heath Ledger. A lot of Heath Ledger love in that episode. So check that out. We will be having our newest episode of the Unwatched Pile will be the last day of the month when that arrives. So stay tuned for that, as well as other things we have going here on Chasing Labels. So thank you all once again. Thank you all for all of the support. Check out what we got going on. And of course, keep on watching them movies because I know I will.